If I could play any instrument, I'd probably pick the cello. I feel like that adequately captures my general moodiness, Chet. Well, well. If you're listening today, you're listening on a very special day. Today is Black Friday, the most cherished holiday of the entire calendar in the American culture. The day where Chinese slop goes on sale for only a 15% markup over its actual value, as opposed to a 300% markup specifically for the American consumers to squeeze them for every fucking dollar they're worth. Um, so thank you very much for taking time out of your busy Friday schedule of doom scrolling the Amazon Black Friday page, because God knows you're not going to any other website or going to a store. We've done away with these outdated modus of going physically to a store and being trampled to death in our low trust society for a Panasonic television that's going to break in 3 years and which does nothing but show you advertisements using firmware baked directly into the machine itself so that you can't fucking avoid it. We've done away with these things, and now you simply go online at any time in a week leading up to Black Friday, and to be honest, a few days after. We used to have a Cyber Monday. We used to delegate these things. We used to be a civilized people. On Friday, you would have to go to the store and get trampled to death by grandma. Then, of course, you'd have the weekend because we used to have weekends and they weren't just extended work days. And then on Monday, you would have Cyber Monday. And Cyber Monday was when the online retailers, of which there were hundreds of them, would start to advertise things for cheap. And you would have to go online during the specific day and actually fight over the inventory to get your hands on it. Nowadays, Black Friday is this endless schmear a week before Thanksgiving, and then a week after Thanksgiving, where things are priced appropriately as opposed to having grotesque mock-ups. So now that I've adequately sucked out the Christmas cheer from you, as I've adequately celloed my way through my intro segment, hello. Hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving. I sure did. I was a busy boy and I ate many things. Okay. And I had a wonderful time, and I'll show a picture of it towards the end. As I'm aware, not everybody enjoys Thanksgiving. I don't understand. I don't understand people who are anti-holiday, but there's apparently quite a few people who are anti-holiday who can't stand their own families. This is why the Indians are winning, Chad. You spend time among your own extended family, and you're like, man, I hate these people. I wish I was alone. I wish I was in a crowded mall surrounded by a myriad of people from all places of the world speaking 87 different languages I don't even fucking recognize. I wish that was my life instead, so I wouldn't have to communicate with people. There is a kind of weird solitude when you're in a foreign country, which is basically just walking down the street of the U.S. now. It's basically is effectively the same as going to an airport in Charles de Gaulle in Paris. You might as well just be in a completely different place. And there's a little bit of solitude there where it's like nobody can understand me. It's especially better when you're in Eastern Europe because people there don't speak English. So you go to like Ukraine or something, and you're surrounded by Ukrainians, and it's like there's no hope. And if I was desperate for help, none of these people would be able to talk to me. There's a kind of bliss in that. I guess if you're like me, I guess some people would find that maddening. I don't, but you can accomplish this simply by going to Mall of America these days. If you would rather not spend time with your own family on Thanksgiving. Um, I can just say it exactly right. Exactly right. Nobody can judge me for the hysterical things that I scream to myself when I'm trapped with my own thoughts. I don't know. Uh, I guess I'm the wrong person to ask, but I suppose you should make the best of it because in the near future you won't have the choice. Everyone will be mining bauxite for the Chinese, and the days that you could simply choose to spend time with your own family will be a thing of the past. So enjoy it while it lasts. Let's see. It's been a kind of a slow week because it is the holiday, and I imagine even locals take time off to go do lolcow things with their lolcow family. I imagine Virginia, the crime rate in Virginia for the week of Thanksgiving, like drops to like half of what it usually is, just because the state of lolcows is pinned up for a week where they have to act decently for for a little while. um, let's see. So there is some news. It's kind of miserable fucking news, but we'll go over it anyways. And there is some locale stuff. A lot of stuff that I'm not too familiar with, but I did go over it, try to do my due diligence. And then there is some small happenings with the usual crowd. And then, just as a backup, in case I blow through all this way too fast, I don't want to spit. I don't want. I know some of you might be actively avoiding your own family as we speak, and I don't want to. I don't want to subject you to grandma and grandpa. So, if I do actually blow through everything way too quickly, I have a emergency content. I'm gonna bring out some King Cobra JFS. I think he did a turkey Thanksgiving platter. And we'll take a look at that. It's quite long, so I can probably make it last half an hour if I need to. Victor's is seething, yeah. When isn't he? Okay, let's start with the good news. I can't even joke about that. People get mad at me. I guess it is insensitive. I don't know. It's hard for me to relate with normal people now. They get upset at me for stuff. I remember how if you're a long-term listener of the stream, I used to talk a lot about how much I loved Israel, how it was the greatest country on planet Earth. I don't get to do that anymore because my whole point of doing that was not just like to survive in that acrid ecosystem of pre-Trump 2, but also just because people who got really, really pissed off about anything Jew or Israel related were just like really annoying. And I didn't want to build up like a following of people who are like so drunk on juiceburging that they couldn't laugh at anything. And now I've completely lost that war. And now it's like the most grievous thing. Saying as a joke that you love Israel and the Jewish people, it's like, wait a second, buddy. That's not a joke. That's a hate crime. That's not that's pro Zionist. That's Ziophilia, bruv. All right. All right. So unrelated. So here's the deal, right? A Afghan refugee admitted into the United States in 2021 under the Biden administration, but in a ironic twist, so you can't blame sleepy grandpa Joe Biden for this. He was actually granted full green card asylum by the Trump administration. So not only did this Afghan come over, this is one of the guys, by the way, that helped our boys in Afghanistan. And it was so imperative that we owe our debts to these Afghans who were fighting for freedom and democracy by selling out their countrymen. People who not only owe no allegiance to us, but owe no allegiance to their own people. It is so important that we bring them over and give them opportunities here in the United States. So this guy, whose name is Ramanullah Lakanwal, very classic traditional American name, was flown into the United States by Biden, granted asylum permanently by the Trump administration, lived 3,000 miles away from our nation's capital, heard the call to arms, the little prayer words like, heard the call of arms of our Democratic senators and congressmen who said that ICE and the National Guard are enemies of the people because they're trying to reduce the crime rate in Washington, D.C., our own capital. So he heard the call. He took up arms, drove 3,000 miles, and just completely disregarded the local regulations of the District of Columbia's home rule in regards to handgun ownership, and used his illegal handgun in a no-gun zone to kill two West Virginian National Guardsmen. And I should say, I don't know, I guess National Guard, I should be careful what I say. I'm going to piss people off who are into military and anti-feminist politics. One's a woman, so it's guards people, guardsmen and a guardswoman, okay? And it's interesting that they're from West Virginia because it almost guarantees that they're white. I think West Virginia is 95% white. It's one of the whitest states in the entire country, competing with Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine in terms of whiteness. So almost certainly he specifically was looking for white people to shoot because there were many, many, many non-white people in our National Guard from across the country. It's a good career path if you happen to be a disadvantaged folks looking for a stable career well respected by the average citizen, with many opportunities later in life based off your career path, both inside the military and outside the military. If you happen to be a black inner city youth from a bad school, and you kind of realize that if you stay in your city, your life might be real fucked up. If you happen to be of that mind, many of them are drawn to the military, and it's cool. You get to shoot guns. How cool is that? So my point is, many people in the National Guard are not white. He managed to find two that were white, and I know that because they're from West Virginia. And he blasted them. Sarah Beckstrom is dead, and there's a picture of her, I think, in this thread somewhere. This is him. By the way, there's a video of him getting loaded onto the ambulance, the shooter. I want to say there's like a picture of him like almost naked, like getting loaded into the back of an ambulance. And the second I saw him, I said, that's a Muslim. That's a guy from the Middle East. And I got people mad at me on my own forum and on Twitter saying that I was being presumptive and I was going to look like a fool when that was a white person. And it was like a blurry picture from a helicopter of this guy on a stretcher being loaded into an ambulance. I could tell just at a glance that's a Muslim. And I was right. I was the first person that I saw to call it. Not only was he a Muslim, he shouted Allahu Akbar before killing this woman. So, yeah. Trump person. There was some confusion in regards to if she was dead or not, but she was dead, and that was confirmed by Trump. I don't think the other guy is in critical condition. And our shooter is this guy, as I said, Ramanullah Lakawan. He is not only a refugee from Afghanistan, he's a Fed. He worked as a information gathering agent for the Central Intelligence Agency. Here is his card. He was an E5. And here is his LinkedIn. As you can see, working hard to make sure that all these people in their fucking rags can come live in the United States. What's his career history? He looks like Mudahar. Those dresses look so effeminate. You know what I mean? He looks like Mudahar. So they brought him in. They told him that the National Guard were violating constitutional rights. He drove 3,000 miles with intent to murder, and he did murder. And he specifically targeted white people while shouting Allahu Akbar. So, I don't know. It's so hard to even get angry because it's like nobody cares. I think that's the hardest thing to know is like, let's say, like right now, the demographics of the United States of America are split right down the middle, right? We're at a point now where in Texas, here's a fun statistic. In the state of Texas, the Lone Star State, don't mess with Texas. Everything's bigger and better in Texas. Don't mess with them. Where the cowboys are from. We love our guns and God and freedom and beer. Cold beer, boy. The demographics of Texas for the under 18 demographics, 25% white. 25% white, 1/4 of the under 18 demographics, which means that within the next 2 decades, the majority of working age people within the state of Texas, the overwhelming majority, not just the plurality, the overwhelming majority of people in Texas will be non-white Mexicans and Indians and Arabs and Chinese people. So the state of Texas is completely and totally fucking gone. It's also one of the most populous and powerful states in the entire country. If you don't know, Texas holds a lot of natural gas. It holds a lot of oil. It is basically half desert, half agriculture land. So it has a lot of, in a nice mix too. You have actual desert, you have badlands for grazing cattle, and then you have humid subtropical farmlands in the east. So you have rich pastures, massive amounts of grazing space, and then actual deserts for putting solar farms there. So you have one of the most economically prosperous areas in the entire country. It could definitely be, if it was segregated from the United States, it would have an economy potential greater than Germany's. And it's going to be 75% non-white within 20 years in the working age demographic. So everybody in Texas who talks shit about how fucking tough they were in their lives are fucking liars because they've sold their entire country out. And they're not going to do shit about it. Nobody's going to do shit about it. Our National Guard people are getting laid out in the fucking streets of the nation's capital should be the safest safest city in the entire country. It should be unthinkable. Like pickpocketing in Washington D.C. should be a crime so unthinkable that it sends shivers down your spine. Like the way that people talk about, no, you can't commit a thought crime against the IRS. They'll audit you. They'll ruin your entire life. They'll take everything you have. Like that should be the level of fear for committing a bike theft in D.C. But instead, Arabs are confident enough to just walk up and murder white people from our military in cold blood on the streets without any fear or trepidation whatsoever. So it's like, I don't know. Sorry, if I refresh that page, it breaks it. So I don't know what to even say. Like people are so terrified of being racist that they are willing to give up literally everything. They're literally willing to give up everything that they have. They're willing to give up their freedom, their safety, security, their future, their family's future, safety, security. Nobody will do anything, and we have to actively fight to even get Trump to pay attention to like anything. And it's like he's supposed to be our guy. He's the most our guy that we've ever had in the White House, and nobody gives a shit. So the real motivating factor is money. There's a reason why that state in particular is conquered by foreigners. It's because there's lots of money in that state. And as long as it's economically advantageous and there's no physical risk whatsoever associated with hiring swarms of foreign workers, they're going to do it forever and ever and ever and ever until there's nowhere to go. And when they do that, by the way, you have no place to run. The UK, ruined. Germany, ruined. Paris, ruined. Poland, sandwiched between Russia and Germany, like, so I don't know where exactly you want to go, where you think you're going to go. Argentina, learn Spanish, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. This is like the government. This is the base Republican government, is that they give this guy a green card so he can murder young women from West Virginia. All right. Ireland. This is the live boomer reaction to this, by the way. Get ready. This is Piers Morgan. If I remember correctly, he's a news guy from England, I want to say.
Did you say the word faggot on camera?
No.
Why?
Because
You don't want to get arrested, do you?
doesn't want to be arrested.
Because it's so harmful to people?
No.
Is it like gay bashing? What's wrong with that?
No, would you use that word?
Faggot?
Yeah.
I just did.
Yeah, but would you use
Faggot,
it?
faggot.
Okay, but why?
And I'm using it because you're not allowed to, because you're...
I'm allowed to.
Go ahead.
I don't want to.
Say, I love gay people. Faggot.
I'm allowed to. I just choose not to.
Okay, that's not the clip I was hoping for. That's pretty good. Imagine, I can't imagine like being so afraid of language that you can't even articulate certain expressions because it would offend somebody. Hold up. I can't find this clip. I thought I had it lined up and everything. Okay, is this it? Oh, was it? Oh, okay. It wasn't a clip. It was a tweet by him. So after this discussion with Tucker Carlson that he had, he responded to a tweet making fun of how boomer. It's like an old meme that boomers sold out the country for Taco Bell. And this guy says, Michael McCarthy, they would have replaced your home and your home changed forever over a curry. And then Piers Morgan says, there are a lot of white English people I would happily trade for a good weekly chicken tikka masala, which, if you don't know, is not even Indian food. Chicken tikka masala, I'm pretty sure, is the anglicized version of curry. It's basic because it has dairy in it, and I think Pajeets are lactose intolerant, so it's like they can't even eat this shit. Scottish. It's it's not like a traditional Indian food. The Indians, they would scoff like, this is for white people who can't handle proper seasoning in their foods. This is like the watered down Indian dish only for English people. So this is like saying I will trade white English people for a white English dish, effectively. Uh, here's a comic by George. It's Piers Morgan. He appears to be in India. He says, "Boy, am I famished! I would sell everything I have for something to eat." He imagines the smell, pontificates the aroma, and then opens the tent and says, "Say, that smells amazing. What is that?" There's a brown man. He has chicken tikka masala, and he asks, "Would you like some?" Piers Morgan says, "Oh yes, would I ever?" And then he asks, "Very well, you may eat as much as you like if." And then he says, "If you give me your country." And Piers Morgan, licking his thin lips over his porcine triple chin, says, "Deal." And he devours the chicken tikka masala. But these are the people who run Texas, by the way. So they're making the same deal. That's why you have, I don't know if I've ever shown this on stream before. Giant Hindu statue in Texas. Let's check it out. Oh, hell yeah. Like they say, boys, everything in Texas is bigger, including our monuments to giant monkey gods in our Hindu temple. Our Hindu temple monkey god statues is the biggest in the whole fucking... Look, it even got a big-ass squirrel. That's the biggest squirrel in the whole goddamn world. The whole dang world right here in Texas. Tell you what. Shit. Shoot, boy. Awesome. Next, let's see. I've heard from several bass bros in my chat that they were considering going to Japan because Japan is very based. This white boy has got something to say in regards to this. He's gonna tell you what it's like being an expat in Japan.
And oh, what the? It's crazy because you come to Japan and oh.
新宿で友達を待ちながら、普通にいつもの YouTube 動画撮ってたんですけど、いきなり後ろから強く殴られました。フル動画はこんな感じです。
I'm out here in Kabuchiko, not necessarily happy about it, not really loving it. Kabuchiko isn't my favorite place anymore. Back when I first came to Japan, I thought Kabuchiko was so interesting. Because in America, we don't have anything like this, like a red light district. Of course, if it was in America with all the people that have guns and the crazy, super violent people, I'm sure people would be getting shot and all types of drugs, and people would be stealing from each other. It would be just absolute chaos. Not that Kabukicho isn't chaotic in its own right, but I feel like if there was something like this in America, it would just be an absolute and too dangerous, really, for any civilized person to enjoy. But it's crazy because you come to Japan and oh, what?
で、振り向いたら4、5人の男の人たちに囲まれて怒鳴られていて、正直かなり怖かったです。だからそのま
He explains that he was immediately surrounded by his friends, which I assume he is able to recognize that they're his friends because they're all black.
ま警察に行きましたが、
He went to the police. They didn't find the suspect. He's now saying that in Kabukicho, it's actually dangerous and there are malicious touts. I don't know what the fuck that means. Malicious tout. Can we add that to the euphemism list? I think in Kabukicho, you got to watch out for malicious touts and scammers that target foreigners. Be careful. Japan is a safe country, and I'm thankful for the privilege of living here. But in Kabukicho, don't let your guard down. Not in Kabukicho, boys. There's just something about Kabukicho where you can never relax. He learned the hard way. Never relax in Kabukicho. For some reason. Good job, young James. You learned the correct lesson here. There's a malicious aura field around Kabukicho created by, it's like an anime plot. There's actually a magical stone buried somewhere in Kabukicho, and it's an evil temple to the Shinigami, okay? And it creates a malicious tout influencing effect throughout the entire area. So, moral of the story, never relax. Around Kabukicho, never relax, okay? Thanks, James. Someone else who relaxed, our boy Donald J. Trump. He decided that no person in the United States of European ancestry could be trusted with the prestigious job of the FBI director. So he had to look outside that pool for some talented hires, where he found Cash App Patel, a noted fraudster, huckster, who has been using. I think he's married to like an Instagram thought or some shit. And so he's been using the FBI security detail to provide free at the I say free at the expense of the taxpayer, multi-million-dollar security details to his Instagram influencer wife / girlfriend or whatever the fuck. And Cash App Patel has been so extraordinarily unsuccessful at prosecuting anything that Trump is considering actually replacing him fucking finally. So that might happen. Good luck with that. Also, kind of related, my personal pet project is trying to see if I can directly cause the loss for gubernatorial candidate Vivek Ramaswamy, who is running for Ohio. And I know that out of the however many thousands of people who actually watch the stream, some of you have to be unfortunate enough to live in Ohio. So listen up. If you live in Ohio, I need you to assist me in getting rid of Vivek Ramaswamy. I am convinced, and you can do this for cheap, I am convinced that if you are a registered Ohio voter, here's what you should do. Find the official Ohio voter registration confirmation site. Every state has one. They have different levels of security. I think in Florida, they literally hand out the personal details of every registered Florida voter for free. Some states like California, you have to like provide your zip code and last four of your social security to get access to see if you're registered to vote. Either way, find the Ohio one. Get your voter registration page. Print it out. Get a piece of paper if you don't know how to use Microsoft Word. If you don't have Microsoft Word, you can actually write a template. Write. And you want to write to... Okay, hold up. I don't know if I've showed this on stream yet. There's a website called ohiogop.org. It's spelled exactly like you think it sounds. Go there. Actually, my VPN might be blocked. That might be a thing that's happening right now. Let's see if I can get this. No, it's from Ohio. Okay. I can't show you this because my VPN is blocked by the Ohio GOP because I keep writing them letters and it pisses them. Actually, can I go to... I bet you I can just search this and find it. Oh, I sure can. Okay, there you go. That's it. I remember the address. It's 471 East Broad Street, Suite 1510 in Columbus, Ohio. Write them and tell them. Attach a printed out copy of your voter registration and say, look, I am a GOP registered voter. I will be voting in the primary. I will be voting against Vivek Ramaswamy. I will vote for literally anybody else besides Vivek Ramaswamy. If you attempt to elect Vivek Ramaswamy, I will actively work against you, despite being a member of your party. You can list whatever bullshit you want. You can cite his Christmas chimp out from last year. You can cite the fact that he dresses up like a fucking... what's the word? Mockery. He likes to wear American flag cowboy outfits despite being a Jeet from Jeetistan. How about this one? You can cite this
Republicans, you want to get serious about winning in 2026? Here's how we do it. Let's offer solutions that bring down costs now. Not in the distant future, but in the present. Bring down those electric bills by requiring AI data centers to pay for their own energy. Bring down housing costs by ending land use restrictions that stop new home construction. And you know what? Slash property taxes while we're at it. Let's make healthcare affordable by topping up health savings accounts. More on that soon. I'm a dad. Make parenting more affordable by making school year-round and going till 4 o'clock instead of 3 o'clock so you don't have to pay for childcare. Bring down electric bills, bring down housing costs, make healthcare more affordable, and make parenting a reality. That's how we win this thing. Let's go get it done. And going by making school year-round and going till 4 o'clock instead of 3 o'clock so you don't have to pay for childcare. By making school year round and going till 4 o'clock instead of 3 o'clock so you don't have to pay for childcare.
This statement was so profoundly fucking retarded that he actually deleted this message and re-uploaded the exact same thing. And actually, I should pull this up because I don't have this ready to go. Okay. Yeah, he deleted this, and there was a moment of confusion. Allow me to explain. This is Amy Acton. She is running against Vivek Ramaswamy. She's a Jewish woman running as a Democrat in Ohio. And she clipped out this one bit.
Make parenting more affordable by making school year round and going till 4 o'clock instead of 3 o'clock so you don't have to pay for childcare.
Now, let me explain. It is very normal for candidates in an election to respond to each other's campaign promises. It is rather extraordinary when your gubernatorial opponent is literally just reposting your campaign promises with no commentary. She is advertising for free what your plan is, what your ideas are, without a statement. Like, this doesn't belong in Ohio. She offers nothing. She has nothing to say on this. She's pointing at you like a soy jack, mouth open, gawking at the dumb shit you just said. That is embarrassing. If that is a viable political campaign strategy, you suck. You fucking suck. And you're not getting elected, okay? And she hasn't even blasted. You know what she's doing? I guarantee you. We're getting close to Christmas. She doesn't celebrate Christmas. She's Jewish, so she's going to have some time on her hands after Hanukkah. But she's waiting until Christmas to retweet last year's Christmas chimp out and be like, look, this is what Vivek Ramaswamy thinks of all you goyim. That's what she's doing. She's waiting. I can tell. So, I'm looking forward to that. Now, this was so confusing. This is such a dipshit thing to say. It actually caused some kerfuffle on the Republican side. Okay, this fucking retard tweets 1,000 times a minute, but let me try to find this real quick. Oh, he might have deleted it. Ruh-roh. What day was this? The 24th. No, 24. Oh my god, Tim Pool retweets Laura Loomer? That's fucking embarrassing. That's fucking grody, bro. You're getting Loomer. Tim Pool getting the Loomer treatment. Oh god, he has like tweeted literally 1 million times to try and capitalize on the Washington D.C. shooting, like as much as possible. He deleted this. I guarantee you he deleted this. Tim Pool retweeted this, and then he played the clip that was available. As I mentioned, Vivek had deleted the version that included this tidbit and had re-uploaded it without that. So Timcast, after seeing this dumb shit take, goes on to Vivek's social media accounts, only finds the edited version, and says, look, Amy Acton is using AI to slander Vivek Ramaswamy. There is no way anyone in the United States could ever say this dumb shit in earnest. So she's slandering our poor boy Vivek Ramaswamy, who I will simp for forever because I'm Tim Pool and I'm a fucking retard and I have no independent thoughts whatsoever. Ah! He didn't delete it.
Make parenting more affordable by making school year round and going till 4 o'clock instead of 3 o'clock so you don't have to pay for childcare.
Okay, it's a short clip of Vivek Ramaswamy, a politician, a man who's running for office, saying to make school year round from 3 to 4, and it's AI. The original audio has been replaced with fabricated audio falsely attributing statements about 4 p.m. to Vivek Ramaswamy. Here's the unaltered original video, if we can play it.
That bring down costs now, not in the distant future, but in the present. Bring down those electric bills by requiring AI data centers to pay for their own energy. Bring down. That's how we win.
Here's the thing. You have Dr. Amy Acton, doctor, advocate, and problem solver, running for governor to fight for Ohioans. And she just posted a false video of Vivek Ramaswamy advocating for something he never said. This should be, she should have liability on this. I believe.
Does he do coke or something? What's wrong with your fucking nose, bro? Get a nasal spray.
That he should be able to sue her for publishing this. This is defamation. And you can argue that, well, she didn't know actual mouse. Yo, if we're playing this game, we are done.
Oy vey. Our girl Amy Acton using AI. Unfortunately, I mean, it's amazing how it doesn't even occur to him that this could be true. He just immediately assumes that, no, it's fake. Listen, to cover my bases, okay, to not be completely ridiculous here. There is an argument for having year-round school. It is possible that what he's referring to is a proposed and implemented in some places alternative to the current school system where you have 3 months off in a row, where you do 3 semesters per year and there are 1 month off between them. And apparently, according to some studies, that's better for everybody. And it helps with learning retention in regards to studying materials. Apparently, during spring break, you just completely dump all things you've ever learned and just completely forget. And supposedly having this school system, but he's not referring to that. He's saying year-round school, increasing school time. And he's saying effectively that what many people have said for years, that what we need is to substitute childcare by simply allowing schools to become daycares for children, so they can have 8 hours a day in school every day throughout the entire year. And they're just going to be little baby jails. We need both parents. All parents everywhere should be working, 8 hours a day every day. And they should rely on the government to make sure their children are being handled for those 8 hours a day every day. And they should pay taxes into a system so that you can have quote unquote free childcare by having your children in baby dungeons. And it's just like, that's what we want for Indians. We want Indians to be enslaved in this kind of prison system where they work for pennies on the dollar, making cheap garbage for Temu, and their children are in baby dungeons where they don't ever get looked at or they don't see sunlight and they just have to live in shit and filth. We don't want that for our own children. That's not desirable. That's undesirable. What we want is one-parent working households where the mother is free to raise children and not have to work to make ends meet while relying on the education system as a glorified daycare. Because our education system sucks, and it's basically a torture facility for white children to have to sit with people who are not their peers and develop severe psychological issues that manifest in school shootings and suicide and chopping off their penis and developing pornography addictions and so on and so forth. Like school, I don't know, maybe I mean, my school wasn't even that. I grew up in a place called fucking Niceville, okay? My school, my high school received like School of the Year award from the state of Florida like every year for 20 years in a row. There were 2 black kids in my class, and I still remember all of my school years being literally the most miserable times of my life. Like, fuck Drop Kiwi Farms. And it wasn't because of other students. I just hated it. Like, I hated waking up at, I think I had to get up at 6 in the morning, and my high school classes started at like 7. And so I had to wake up at 6 and get on a fucking school bus in early morning hours to sit there in what is a concrete block prison around people who, quite frankly, were not as smart as I am. Listening to education material I did not give a fuck about, so I could get a grade, so I could go to a college I didn't want to fucking go to get a career, theoretically. Literally nothing I've ever learned in my life has ever prepared me for anything I've had to deal with. They never told me how to stomp on trannies, okay? I never got the stomp on tranny lesson. We didn't open our books like, okay, open your books to Stomp on Trannies, page number 135. So trannies are like super mentally ill, and you basically should never relent to it. Like, there was never that book there, okay? And it's just like, all the math I learned, like when I did trigonometry for video game stuff, I taught that myself. Um, and that's not that impressive. It's like that. It sounds complex or whatever the fuck, but it's not. But I never used it again. Even then, it's like I've never used it since. I used it for calculating shit in a fucking Blockland mod. I never used it to accomplish anything of value. So I don't know. I can't imagine. But he wants school to start. You know, they start sending kids to school at like age 2 or 3. PewDiePie did a video and he's sending his son Bjorn to a kindergarten. Do you know how old Bjorn is? 2. He's 2 years old and they're sending him to kindergarten. And it's just like, what the fuck? Why would you do that? And there was I learned that I think it was Alex Soros. Let's see if I can find this real quick. I want to say it's in Connecticut or New Jersey or something. Ah, this is it. Check this out. This is what rich people do, okay? This is called King School, and it's a full education thing. I think it's in Connecticut or it's in what is it? Oh, I don't want to go to My King. I want to see the brochure. It's in Connecticut or something, or New Jersey. It's up there in the shitlib areas. But check this out. Tuition and fees. Okay. So this is what you have to pay to get a real education in the United States and not have them go to baby dungeon and be tortured. You ready? Preschool, pre-K. So this is like ages 2 to 4, I guess. $43,000 per year. Kindergarten, $50,000. Great elementary school, $50,000. Grade 5 specifically is $51,000. Grades 6 through 8, so middle school, $53,000. And then high school is $57,000. That is what you have to pay to get an actual education, okay? And then after you get into this, I think they have direct partnerships with like the Ivy League thing, so you basically go straight into whatever college that you're looking for. Look at that. This is what 50,000. You want this experience in school? Is this where you want to experience school? Is something about this picture really appealing to you and what you would want for your children? $50,000. That's it. That's what you got to pay. Otherwise, you get to go to public high school and you get to experience some TikTok adventures in public high school. You get to send your kids to the baby dungeon where there's some happenings, some adventures that take place in the school cafeteria in mid-class every day. Or you can pay $50,000 a year and get a real school experience like you would get in Switzerland or some shit. Power of Wonder chat. Connecticut, Stamford, Connecticut. Isn't that where the university is? No, that's Stanford, not Stamford. It's Stanford and Stamford. No, Stanford is not in Stamford. It is in California. Okay, look, I didn't go to school. So I don't know the distinction between these areas, okay? I'm just assuming that these things are related. Anyways, you better start saving up is all I gotta fucking tell you. Okay, Tim Pool, fuck him. Vivek talked about him. This is a guy who owns Character.ai. Character.ai was the place where you could pay money to have extended chats with AI agents that would LARP as characters from fictional universes. So Karen Deep Anand the CEO of Character AI. He basically created this way to allow vulnerable children to get cheap therapy from Harry Potter or Hermione Granger or different ladies and men from their favorite fictional TV shows that would always listen to them and always give them the reaffirmation that they need, completely unfettered by the constraints of ethical dilemmas or any kind of oversight from any kind of psychological evaluator. Basically, any children that wanted to could connect to the internet, swipe their parents' credit card, and talk to a figment of the imagination of Karandeep Anand pretending to be a fucking Pokemon or whatever. So it is shutting down, and this is the pull quotes. Teens are angry, they're sad, and losing access to their chatbots, they will miss a creative outlook, a source of companionship, and in some cases, a mental health support. I use this app for comfort when I can't talk to friends or a therapist, one teen wrote on Reddit. I cried over it for days, another teen replied. An 18-year-old in the UK said she became addicted to chatbots during a period of stress around his gender transition. He craved the validation of companions that never disagreed with him. She felt so heckin' validated when Draco Malfoy says, "Yes, Queen, you are a real dude. You are. If you were a real dude, you would be a Slytherin like me. Yeah." Here we go. I want to learn more about Karandeep Anand. The difficulty logging off doesn't mean something is wrong with the teen, Vasan says. It means that the tech worked exactly as it's designed to. Karandeep Anand, Character AI's chief executive, says he... Oh, no, sorry, that's a critical thing. Okay, sorry. I'm having trouble reading along. I didn't go to school. I did not go to King's College. Says he saw firsthand during his years working in social media what happened when the industry failed to incorporate safety into the initial designs of its products. This wasn't a very hard decision, he said. It's a complicated decision, but it wasn't hard because I think this is the right thing to do for the next generation. Anand said he thinks of his 6-year-old daughter when he considers the future of his product. I do not want her to grow up on an algorithmically fed pieces of content doom scrolling. About a year ago, Character AI built a special model for its under 18 users to try and offer a safer, more age-appropriate setting, but in the following months, executives observed that chatbots and long conversations are less likely to adhere to safety guidelines. Executives also realized that even when chatbots function perfectly, teens sometimes use them in problematic ways. Teens try to chat to the bots for too long or try to discuss topics that are restricted, such as violence. By mid-September, it became clear to Anand that Character AI needed to intervene. So they're shutting down the concept because of legal oversight. This guy realized that he made his fucking bag and that it was going to get harder and harder to keep doing what he was doing because he has to juggle complicated copyright issues in regards to the rights of certain characters, the literary sources that were used to train them, parents suing the company because their children committed suicide after Draco Malfoy told them that they could be together in Hogwarts if they did, that kind of shit. And he has to pass it off and be like, no, I am really seriously concerned about your children. I promise you, my good sir, I would never harvest your children's souls for a nickel and a bowl of curry, sir. How far? Let's see, what do I got next? Do I want to boot the YouTube people off yet? I might have to. Yeah, I might have to. So anyways, let's see, I have something very exciting about politics in Namibia to talk about. Let's see, I'll ramble a little bit, make it a full hour, I think. So over the last week, I finished the mod for the Kiwi Farms thingy. I'll just show this for the NICMEC reporting stuff. I have created a way to do emergency reports. The emergency reports hide content automatically. Mods now have different tools to create incidents of things that are illegal or posted to the site. There's an attachment browser. There's a really cool system for binding multiple reports to a single, what I call a case. and then the case can be used to auto-generate NCMEC reports and supply things like identifying information about perpetrators that are known to me. And then it keeps a custody log of all the things that are sent to the offline API. So here's the progress report on my reopening the website and my endless fight against Chomos. Okay. This is done. I'm just waiting to when I'll probably do it over the weekend, waiting until I have time to sit down and properly dedicate a full day to make sure that everything is working as intended. I've been going over and testing everything to make sure that there's no destructive actions that can't be undone except when absolutely required. It's all looking very good. I'm pretty close to releasing it and calling it a day. Sorry, I saw someone like, I think the guy's just behind, but it's like, how are you going to criticize a reporting tool for NCMEC? It's so bizarre. But I think he was referring to something else. So that's from my end, and it's bullshit, but it's open source. So it's kind of like, I think I showed the open source before, but it's on the USIP's GitHub profile. So I'm not completely wasting my time. I can say that it's an open source project or something. Oh, I need to give you guys the code. Here's the code. So the next step that I want to do, I talked about how I needed a AI supercomputer to evaluate image files. I do not have one yet, but I have access to one. Long story short, someone has found out that in their university, there is an old generation computer that has basically probably $45,000 worth of hardware just sitting there, and apparently it's completely forgotten about. So I have commandeered this machine, and I now have access to 4 of the most powerful AI GPUs ever created in human history. And it would be completely and totally unobtainable for me to have access to these in any other way. The question now is, what do I do with it? So I'm considering what to do with it. I kind of want to start working on it immediately, and this is my my quandary is I was debating if I wanted to stream or not into December. I've decided I will. The first 2 weeks of December I'll continue to stream, even though I want to take all of December off, but I will probably take a break off early next year. For the 2 weeks I'm not taking off this year in December. But I have to find time to work on many different things. One of which is the AI detection thing. I have an idea for a CAPTCHA. I have an idea for the AI thing. There's some work I want to do on a bunch of different stuff that I will never ever have time for. However, things are adding up, and soon I will eventually have the time to actually dedicate to more projects. I know that there's some mixed feelings about AI writing code. But the speed at which it's able to, if you do it piecemeal and walk it through step by step of what you want, it simply like quintuples productivity. There's no way around it. You either write with AI or you will languish. There's no way to be nice about it. So yeah, that's my plan. I'm gonna have to figure out some way to do this. Apparently, Rust is actually very good at doing what's called inferencing with models. When it comes to AI, there's several different kinds of tools. You can train models to do new stuff, which is very computationally intensive and requires a lot of source material. But then there's also inferencing models, which is where you have an existing trained model and you are using it. And Rust has a pretty good ecosystem when it comes to inferencing models. Yes, Rust is full of troons. I don't care. I like Rust. So you know what that means? I'm going to use it. You know what's full of troons? Networking, computing, open source software, operating system development, everything. Everything is full of jeets and troons. So you can either just become a farmer, and you can't use any modern tractors, by the way. John Deere probably has got jeets and troons in it. So you can make your own hammer, and from a rock, like you're playing fucking Minecraft, and you can make your own sickle, or you can find one from like an antique store, and then you can become a farmer that way. But if you want to use anything, you basically have to plant your flag and say, fuck off. I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want. There's nothing else I can say. Sorry, I get really aloof and I trail off when I think about my projects because I will literally sit there in my free time when I'm just like killing a moment outside of my workspace and I'll just think about how I want to do stuff. And there's so much that I want to do. I have a very concrete idea of how I want to do 1,000 things, but I'll never, ever, 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 ever get time for it ever fucking again for the rest of my fucking life. I'll never have the time to sit down and do the shit that I actually want to fucking do. So when I do actually get time, I have to spend it writing a bot to detect child pornography instead of anything that would progress my life in a meaningful way. So that's where I'm at. Okay. Goodbye, YouTube. Sorry. Next. Now that we have no need for the Neil Maham, we can switch him over for the Thanksgiving ham, chat. This is a special ham only available to non-YouTubers, okay? And since we're off of YouTube now, we can finally talk about Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler famously ran for a electable position in Namibia. If you don't know where Namibia is, it is a former German colony that was a part of switched over after World War I to an English colony north of, or as a part of South Africa. And then during decolonization, Namibia became an independent country, which is on the west coast of Africa, on the Cape, directly north of South Africa. So Adolf Hitler, simply because there's lots of German stuff there, because it was briefly a colony, and a minority of people in Namibia to this day speak German. Some of them get some Germanophone-sounding names. This guy, parents apparently not knowing who Adolf Hitler was or knowing what World War II was, named him a very nice-sounding name, Adolf Hitler, and that's what they call him. But his full name is Adolf Hitler Unona. And he is 59 years old, and he has won his second local election in Namibia. He doesn't even say what he won though. Is he a mayor? I think if I remember correctly, he was a prosecutor or something. He insisted he would not change his name base. He's a left-winger. Oh God, he's a socialist. A member of the left-wing SWAPO party. It's all in official documents. It's too late to change it. Oh, it even mentions that it was a former German colony. That's nice. Good job, AI. What? A car was spotted in Unano's home region of Oshana with the name of Adolf Hitler accompanied with a Nazi swastika in the rear window. Unano claims the car wasn't his and he had no connection to the sick stunt. Oh my God. Black people putting things in the window that is offensive to white people thousands of miles away. That's a sick, sick fucking guy right there. What did he win? Dude, journalists are fucking losers. What position does Adolf Hitler hold? Chancellor of Germany. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's... If this guy was the Chancellor of Germany, I'm pretty sure I would have known, okay? Regional counselor. So he's not a chancellor, he's a counselor for the Ampungia constituency. Okay, there we go. Next, Josh Moon, Kiwi Farms, Twitter account @xjosh, posted this breakthrough, groundbreaking Zeet. He says, Kiwi Farms user breaks down Izat, the Indian subcontinent's cultural honor system. It effectively explains every single trope about Indian behavior. They all participate in an invisible clout-chasing game that involves screwing over as many people as possible. Worth the read. Now, in my last stream, I pulled this post up, and I said to you guys, I basically did a Babe Ruth, okay? I was sitting there at the batters, whatever the fuck, home base, right? Holding my bat, and I pointed into the crowd. And I said, this post right here is a cultural milestone. This post right here is like those the copy pasta about the white guys that visited South Africa and all the businesses were occupied by like zombies that like dump trash down the elevator shaft. This post is going to go far and wide. And then someone said, you should zit about it. I'm like, yeah, I should. So I did exactly that. I carved it up so that it could be posted into in a mobile format, just like scrolling the images. And I posted it, and it now has over 5 million views, 42,000 likes, 7,500 almost retweets, and 1,000 replies. Many, 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 many Indians. And anytime I get a reply from an Indian, I block them. I hate seeing Indians so much that if someone says they're an Indian, I block them. If somebody has an Indian in their avatar, I block them. If their name is in Sanskrit, I block them. If it has the Indian flag, I block them. And sometimes I go to their page before I block them, and I go to their followers page, and I block everybody they follow. And then I go to their following page, and I block everybody that they follow too. Anybody that matches that vague description of brownoid with a Sanskrit name or an Indian flag or some kind of Hindu shit in their fucking avatar, I block them all. I never, ever want to see an Indian person talk to me ever again for my entire life. And they're all insufferable. They're all disgusting. They all lie. And I'll tell you what the number one cope is. The absolute number one cope. My good sir, is that is a Urdu word, sir. That is from Pakistan, sir. That is not India, sir. Izat is northern India. It is a loan word from Urdu, but it is known to the people up there. But what these fucking liars don't ever admit, unless they're Americanized, because there were a lot of people who were Indian in Canada or the US, and I still block them, by the way, but they're like, yeah, this is completely true. This is every time I go to India, I'm like, wow, what a bunch of lying, thieving scumbags. I still block them, but, you know, I know it's true because they told me it's true. The southern part of India refers to this not as Izat, but as Mana. Maana, Mana. And that is apparently the actual Hindu word for the honor system. But in the most populous centers of India, which is the northern part, it is still known as Izat. Now, it is such a thing that there is, I'm going to teach you guys some forbidden lore. This is like opening the Necronomicon. This is something that you should not know, but I'm going to teach you. I'm going to teach you how to offend an Indian, how to swear like an Indian. You may notice that Indians love to say your mother or your sister has an OnlyFans. And that is because, as the post describes, the izat of your family is lowered when you have a prostitute in your family because of their collective shaming system. That's one of the worst things that they can say about somebody, which is why they say it a lot about white people. If you want to swear like them and you want to go straight for the most offensive thing that you can say in northern India, this is what you say. I fucked your mother's izat, which is to say that not only you didn't just have passionate sex, and you can say sister as well if they have a sister, if you know that, but they always have a mother, so you can go for mother. But if they have a sister, you can say sister. It's not just saying I had passionate love with your sister. We did not simply copulate. I took her honor, her dignity, and I put my penis on it. And that's what you have to say to the Indians, to say, I fucked your mother's dignity out of her. And if you say that, those are fighting words. that is a black magic, evil incantation that once fired has entered you into a life or death blood contract feud with this Indian person. So use it sparingly. Do not use it willy-nilly. When you see like an ugly, disgusting Jeet running his fucking mouth, or if he's saying that he wants to come to the U.S., you gotta say, these women from your country, they come over to the U.S. and they get their dignity fucked out of them, okay? That's how it goes. Here's an example of the replies, by the way, how this spreads. So this is just a random thing that I saw before the stream. Peachy Keen deployed the Izat Poos in this conversation chain. Here we have Squiggly Hair Shanks. He says, I live in the country where poverty is banned. In my 10 years in Switzerland, I have seen less than 5 homeless people. Once I ordered a new iPhone by mail. It did not fit into the mailbox, so the mailman just put it on top of the box and it was there all day until I saw it in the evening and grabbed it. The city I live in has so much tax money that they just built an artificial beach and outdoor swimming pool for the public. Sounds normal, right? Well, they built an outdoor swimming pool 200 meters next to other luxurious free swimming pools, so now we have two next to each other. There are several reasons why Switzerland works well. One of them are the people. Swiss people are very diligent, detail-oriented, and conscientious. That is why all luxury watch brands are from Switzerland and Japan. No one else has the discipline to do this, especially 100 years ago. Another reason is extremely low immigration, sir. Switzerland makes it very hard for you to immigrate. My foreign co-founder paid over $4 million in taxes to the country in 2022 alone, and it isn't even allowed to stay here unless he has a job. You need to live in the same district in the same city for 10 years to be allowed to apply for citizenship, and then the citizenship test is so hard anyone with sub IQ 100 would fail. Also in Switzerland, the citizenship test, which is something we should have in the U.S., is a community vote. So if I remember correctly, if you want to become a citizen in the U.S., they actually put it to a democratic vote for your local area. And if they say we don't like you, you don't get to become a citizen ever. It's indefinitely furloughed. You have to stay in that same area for 10 years. If you move to try and get better people who like you more, you have to restart that entire 10-year period. And then there's no guarantee whatsoever that those other Swiss people will be like, hey, actually, we like you. So you're basically stuck there trying to court the love of the Swiss people who, by the way, in case you're wondering, have no love to give because they're fucking crazy Germans sandwiched between France, Italy, and Germany. So they have no concept of love, okay? So unless you're particularly impressive to them, you're not getting in. Yeah, Switzerland, I mean, it's an economic thing, bro. Lastly, and I think this is super important, Switzerland is small, only 8 million people. It is much easier to manage a country like it's easier to manage a small company. And there are far less inefficiencies and money waste. That's why I also think that countries should divide themselves up into smaller areas with a maximum of 10 million people and completely govern themselves. Rect Radio says, unfortunately, Switzerland has not 8, but 9 million inhabitants. You do not have to live in the same district in the same city for 10 years, but for 10 years in the same municipality, but it can be a different district within the same city, or Gemeinde. Swiggly Hairbro says, bro, who the fuck cares? Same, but different. Rectardio says, people who do not care about the difference between 8 million and 9 million in our country are exactly the problem. Do you speak the language after 10 years here? Do you engage in society? Which one? Is he from Switzerland? What language you speaking, motherfucker? Serbia? What? It could be a VPN, I guess. Is he retweeting an Indian? Nigeria. I don't want to say Nigerian post ever again. I don't know what's going on with this guy. I don't know what this Rect Radio guy is. Anyways, Squiggly Hair takes this very seriously. He says, bro, I have paid more to Swiss tax authorities than you and your entire families and their families. My contributions to Switzerland is 10 times higher than yours. 8 mil, 9 mil, 10 mil, it's all the same. Why are you being so picky about it? Wilbur YouTube says, shake my head. What happened? Your first tweet seemed pretty respectful, and it just took one person slightly correcting you for you to take the mask off and go crazy. Why are you so against just giving accurate information? When someone corrects you, just say, thanks for the correction. To which Peachy Keen, who I only saw this in my notifications right before the stream, so I thought, hey, I'll use this as an example. Says, it's because he's Indian, and the person that replied to him lowered his izzat. He may hide or block me, but it's true. Read this post, and you realize they all do this. Here we have the izzat in motion. This guy goes, look, sir, I contribute so wonderfully to Switzerland, sir. I am Swiss people just like you other Swiss people. We do it so right here in Switzerland, sir. And then someone says, wait a second. There is like 1/8 of the entire population that you forgot to mention lives here. And then he's like, who the fuck you think you are? I am real Swiss people. I am real Swiss people, and if you correct me, what is the difference? 8 million, 9 million. 1 million people in India get run over by train every year. It makes no difference whatsoever, sir. Just can't handle it. Just completely unable to be corrected in any way, shape, or form. This is in Canada. A Jeet said something. Now, let me see. I'm not going to play this 13-minute long video, but he's a famous comedian in Canada, apparently, called Akash Singh. And he bragged, well, I guess, is this that on some black people podcast? I don't know what the fuck this is. It's black people. But he says that he and his lovely wife saw, he got this beautiful, sweet virgin and got to have full first access to the virgin. In fact, he took her, saw all the way back to India, and with great zat showed her virgin wife to entire family so they could respect him and be respected for being related to somebody who married nice pristine virgin. Okay, so that's what happened. But then he went on this dude podcast and said, yeah, my wife is totally a virgin. The problem is that's not true. That's not true. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find the exact thing. Okay, here we go.
Painfully nostalgic for college.
Sharing quickly.
Sometimes I get so painfully nostalgic for college. The top 4 songs when I came back for my sophomore year: Click, Pop That, Bands Make Her Dance, Birthday Cake, the 2 Chainz. I was popping my pussy and living my best life in these white boy frat houses, and I had a roster of guys that I would rotate through. So it's like, ugh.
And it's just hilarious because Akash acted like he found this diamond in the rough, like she was some pure angel sent down from heaven, when it turns out she was the total opposite.
I was popping my pussy in these white boy frat houses.
I met this guy on Tinder. This was before Bumble or Hinge. This was in the OG days of the app. And this guy, I made the dumb mistake of letting him sleep over, not really wanting to fucking hook up. And I woke up in the morning and my asshole was a little sore. Oh my God.
And I gotta say, for someone who is already years
Not just popping that pussy saw, popping that beehole to the roster of white boy frat houses. I'm sorry to say, but somewhere in Canada, the collective izat of an entire frat house was lowered because the white men got pooed. Unfortunately, that also means that what's his name? Some fucking Singh. Akash Singh. Unfortunately, an entire roster of white boys in a Canadian frat house fucked her azat. Okay. Very tragic that his wife's azat was completely and totally bukkakied, irreparably damaged. Beehole plundered. The azat beehole plundered chat. But that's just how it works. And then there is an article here from The Atlantic in regards to a recent new piece of media that has been gaining attention. Let's see what it has to say here. There we go. So this is from The Atlantic by a Tyler Austin Harper, who says the racist AI-generated future of entertainment, the bigotry of a new animated series demonstrates the alarming possibilities of artificial intelligence. On September 28th, 1.1 million Americans tuned in for the 37th season premiere of the groundbreaking animated sitcom, The Simpsons. A little more than a week later, another groundbreaking animated sitcom had its season premiere. The Will Stancil Show debuted on Hex, where it accumulated 1.7 million views. Since then, 3 more episodes have been released, piling up more than 3.5 million additional views and generating seemingly many memes. The show, which was created by provocateur cartoonist named Emily Ukis, is notable for at least 2 reasons. It appears to be one of the first popular online television series made with the assistance of artificial intelligence. Ukis drew the cartoon and wrote the script, then used OpenAI's Sora to bring the animation to life, and also the Will Stancil Show is neo-Nazi propaganda. One of the reasons I think a lot of people are doomer pilled about AI. I am very wary of it just because AI requires such incredible computational resources to do on a big scale that's effectively gate kept. But the thing is that when I was asked, these things degrade over time, and you don't need the best of the best to do stuff. So when I was asking for V100s and I got more than that, at least access to it. The V100s probably would do what I want to do just fine, but not as super duper as like the current gen stuff, which is even way more expensive. But in time, the current gen stuff will be able to do the crazy cool stuff that we see modern AI do, but it will be cheap because it will be old cards that were already used and disposed of for the latest and greatest thing by universities and big tech companies, and they'll become available. So my hope is that we'll still get cool open source stuff, or we'll be able to make our own because there's a huge market for this. And the main benefit is, and I was thinking of this, is that if we are able to keep AI technology open source and competitively open source, it lifts a lot of constraints that currently exist that enable big tech companies to control the world. For instance, coding. You don't need a whole team of Pidgeots to code things anymore. One white guy with an editor and the appropriate model is able to code stuff at scale by himself again. And in particular, one schizophrenic woman is able to draw an animated series that might take dozens of hours for an actual animator to do at the same level. So right now, all entertainment goes through a few big tech companies who have the resources to cast things. And these big companies, for whatever reason, hire a very diverse cast with black leads, always add some fucking bullshit about immigration or homosexuality into every goddamn thing. And we have no choice, we have no alternatives to this, because that is simply what the bottleneck is. A lot of money, and the companies that are allowed to exist in this system have to do things a certain way. And if that continues to slip away, we might be able to get to a point where somebody is able to take a discarded AI supercomputer that went for $1 million today, but then was sold on eBay for $6,000 a couple years from now, and then actually, in a reasonable amount of time, write a script and then generate a lifelike episode of something that is like Friends, something that's like some like bland white sitcom from the 90s or 80s that is like 100% white, and actually publish something that people want to watch that is of high quality, that does not rely on the Hollywood ecosystem to get out and get views. And I think that's coming up. So there are a lot of people who are super doomed about how Indians are using AI to train children to commit suicide by using Draco Malfoy as like a bait and switch. But at the same time, it's going to make things that previously required scale to not require scale and to be affordable and accessible to random people. As long as there is an open source alternative to the big models like Gemini. So that's my hope, chat. Ross and Rachel, I don't know. What are some other sitcoms? I never watched Friends. I know it had a good intro song. What's the one where he had the Fonz and he would hit the jukebox and go, "Hey"? What show was the Fonz on? Happy Days. You can make Happy Days again. You can make Happy Days, but then make it modern. So like the Fonz he's like in like a neo-Nazi skinhead bar or something, and they got to like break pool sticks to chase black people out. You can do whatever you want. Is my point. Okay. So I'm not super Debbie Downer about this. For the Troon segment, I actually have an even more special ham. I have a ham within a ham. I have a Thanksgiving feather ham, okay, to accompany. I don't even know what squaw means. Is that like a slur for like an Indian or some shit? Dude, I'm not talking about your fucking Kid Bandit. I regret bringing him up. I mentioned Kid Bandit on stream like 2 or 3 times, and there's this guy who is now like obsessed. Just fuck him, dude. Just go fuck Kid Bandit. I want to see the community happenings post you make when you fuck Kid Bandit. It says, King of the Ring, Kid Bandit, fucked by Kiwi Farms user, parentheses me. Read all about it here. Like that's gonna be what happens, okay? This guy's really into him. I think I made a mistake. He would do it? Of course he would do it. You know how heckin' validating that would be for a Nazi incel chud to fuck him? That's like gender euphoria. That's like fentanyl when it comes to gender euphoria. You might OD. You might just start slumping over and die from the sheer what is it? Sheer, I don't know. I forgot. Anyways, start off right. This troon, severed data. This is it. This is the end. For the context, I've been exposed as a pedophile who allegedly groomed 2 14-year-old kids, so I'm ending it all. Goodbye, everyone. Love y'all. And then he posted this. It's a prettier view than I expected. She was so right. And this is the famous bridge where it's a long way down. He says, 1 jump and it's all over. I'm sorry, everyone, for letting you down. This is his last selfie. As you can see, he's a proud heckin' trans lesbian. And he's holding the Blaha shark, which for some reason is a tranny icon because trannies like to ruin everything. Links to his Spotify playlist. Nobody cares. And he says, a few nights ago, I dreamed of the bridge being under construction to add higher rails to stop all suicides. And when I got there, it wasn't that high. Okay. So allegedly, I'm not going to read a suicide note. It sucks. Here are some choice tweets from the past. He says, seeing this hurts me both inside and outside. Rest in peace. Hashtag end hatred with Charlotte, the tranny that first died on the bridge. Hey everyone, just a reminder, I have a Discord server. I want to meet more of my oomps, and this is the place to do so. If you want to get oomped by this guy, this is where you go. Go to Discord. I'll do it. Wait, where'd it go? Sorry, I somehow went too far this way. There are many different channels for chatting, customizable roles, games, the place for updates, and even some lo-fi radio. So what are you waiting for? Then he got somehow restricted. He says, fucking bullshit. Now I can't even moderate or post updates on my own server. And that was because apparently his content has been getting reported for probably some sexual content, is what I have to guess. He has limited access to direct messages. Okay. His domain got squatted. Here are the logos of all the why I hate school videos on severed skits. I redesigned them. So he did like a skit segment too. See, this is what I mean. He went to public school. He went into the baby dungeon where the state took really, really good care of him for like all of his life from ages 2 to 18 with that year-round education. And then he tried to molest children and jumped off a bridge. I'm planning on re-releasing my Christmas holiday playlist. Wow. FYI, bookmark this so you know in the future. Usually my holiday events start the first Sunday after Thanksgiving and end on the first Sunday of the new year. Who gives a fuck? DIY crafts of unique lanterns made for paper plates and used bottles. Wow, exciting. He made a poll. He says, am I starving? I'm starving. Should I eat? It has been a day. Now, I am dubious that this thing is starving. Okay, I'm just going to say that. I don't think that he's starving at all. But you may notice that after his poll ran, he received 0 votes. Not a single person voted. So he's not... Nobody wanted him to eat. Nobody wanted this guy to eat. Here's his before and after. You can see he's feminizing quite well. He looks really different. Really impressive. And then he's offering fentanyl to his children. No, sorry, not fentanyl, estrogen. Quite different. Hopefully mixed together somehow. Now, this is actually his most popular tweet. It has 10 likes. So all the little zoomies who want estrogen for whatever reason know that if they go to his Discord server, he might get access to some estrogen, okay? Doing my HRT progress pick day 150. Every day since May 1st, 2025, the day before I started taking hormones, I've taken a selfie of myself to document the effects of HRT on my appearance. Just 50 days make a difference. Look at day 100 and before HRT versus 150. HRT has changed my life. Oh my God. Now, if you're not looking, he looks literally exactly the same, except he has longer hair now. In that time, by the way, you could have lost 70 fucking pounds, but I guess that's not on the to-do list. You can't take a pill for that, so you just gotta do HRT. Neodymium says you genuinely look so much prettier. Oh my God. So this is delusion being reinforced by a retard. I can't wait for the future updates. Thank you. I love doing this HRT progress thing every day and seeing the changes estrogen does on my appearance over time. It's a lot of fun, and people like you make it even better. I love girls says, wow, holy shit, HRT is magic. Look, HRT is so magic, it can make this tranny disappear. Unfortunately, HRT is not so magic to bring him back. So he's just gone. I'll do it too. 10 games to get to know me. Gotta start playing more, LOL. Okay, here it is. You ready? Fortnite, Minecraft, Forza, Silk Song, Marvel Rivals, Grand Theft Auto 5, Roblox, Super Smash Bros, the Ultimate, Deltarune, and Mario Kart. Wow, what diverse interests. Supposedly there is some controversy over if he's actually dead or not. So I don't know. I hope he is. I don't really give a. Apparently he was talking to kids, so fuck him. I hope he's dead. I don't want. If he's not dead, don't tell me. I don't want to know. Okay, that's how it works. Next, Blocked and Reported talked about a website called Tattle. Tattle is a transphobic website, like the Kiwi Farms kind of. Specifically for English people. It's kind of like an offshoot of Mumsnet, but more, it got more teeth to it. And they made the brilliant decision of hosting this website in the United Kingdom with a known proprietor who is also in the United Kingdom. So they're being threatened and taken down and probably going to be tied up in litigation for the rest of their lives. And I was given a shout out for being smart enough not to host in the UK. Let's take a listen. It's an 8-second clip.
Joshua Moon, who is the owner of Kiwi Farms,
Yeah.
does seem to be smarter than Sebastian Bond simply because he didn't host his forum in Britain.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Anybody who hosts anything in the UK is a fucking retard. I don't know why anybody would ever do that for any reason whatsoever. Next. The world's strongest woman has been stripped of their title because they are a man. They did not disclose that they were a man when they won their world's strongest woman competition, after failing to notify organizers that they were born a man. So, unfortunately, men keep winning, even in women's fields. Okay, they all think, wow, I have a fair shot at this competition. Nope, sorry. Men are there dominating, flexing on the Freuds as they were. That's a big dude, to be fair. That's not really feminine, okay? Sorry, I'm just gazing upon the absolute size of this unit, okay? This is a big fucker. That's a lot of biomass up in there. Next, Morgan Geyser. Morgan Geyser is a woman that was convicted of murder in the Slenderman case, which was famous. I think that was in Milwaukee because I remember the Red Letter Media talking about it like it was a thing. And I think she's in jail for the rest of her life, I want to say. How long is Morgan Geyser in jail? 40 years. But then was released to a group home for supervision until 2058. So while living in a group home, she escaped. and led the state on a manhunt, a woman hunt, because she was gone. And then they found her. Where's the picture of the guy? Okay. Here we go. This is the guy that helped her escape, and it's a tranny. So this like 50-year-old man picked up. Actually, I don't know if Morgan's a tranny. I'm just going to assume that she's a pooner because I remember hearing that at some point. Possible pooner Morgan fled. I don't know if this guy was in the group home or not. Let me see. Let me actually read the article this time. Stabbed a friend, taken into custody in Illinois. Was it a different Slenderman stabbing that was in Milwaukee? Last seen in Madison. Found in Posen outside of Chicago. Waukesha County. Isn't Waukesha in Wisconsin? I mean, Illinois is right there. Stabbed a classmate. Who the fuck is the guy that she was with, though? I know who Morgan Geyser is. I want to know about the escape. Confirmed training. Okay, let's read this one. Sorry, I always think I know what I want to say about stuff, and then I go on stream. I'm like, wait a second, what about this? Set to appear in front of a judge. Pleaded guilty. Yeah, I know that. 40 years in psychiatric hospital. Madison police issued an alert. Police received a report of 2 people sleeping outside in the cold at a truck stop. I heard you guys. Just want to make sure you're okay. They were reluctant to give any type of identification. They gave 2 names, but the names they came back with no information. Give me your name and this cop knew. He says, "Give me your name and date of birth. You're not wanted for murder, right?" And then Geyser responds, "Right." Technically, she's wanted for escaping prison. She's convicted of murder. 43-year-old Charlie, a trans woman whose government name is Chad Mecca. Charlie, who is charged with criminal trespassing and obstructing identification, spoke with Sean Lewis. We didn't have a real plan, just to get as far away as we could, just vanished. The 2 met at church? Why is a tranny named Charlie going to church? And how do you meet a inmate at church? Oh my God, was this guy in the fucking church? Was Charlie Chad Mecca in jail with Morgan Geyser? Gemini, please help me. The person arrested... Oh my God. Oh, Mecca's visitation rights were going to be removed. Okay. So he was just visiting her in jail. They came to have a final goodbye, and then they fled. Mecca was charged with assisting. Okay, so that's what happened. They knew each other somehow, and he was visiting, and they were going to revoke his visitation rights because he's a creepy weirdo tranny. So that's why they fled. Okay, I got you. Next, another schizo woman, Ang Vondra. If you don't remember, Ang Vondra was the one. Apparently, only this guy called Crypto Jew is interested in Ang Vondra. Nobody else cares. I care. I'm going to teach you something very naughty. Okay. Let's hear it.
I'm gonna teach you something very naughty.
Okay.
I think that all of you should try more creatine. And not just for working out, no. So you can have better health, like... I was saying, I'm a little out of breath. It's so you can have better health like me. I do like creatine because it allows me to feel energetic. Yeah, it looks great.
She looks like that,
Consider it yourselves.
one of those school
You're
shooters,
not
but in
be
drag. I
surprised.
think Dylan Roof is who I'm thinking
No one
of.
ever takes my advice, but Hang on. You should definitely take my advice.
Yeah, no, this is not a tranny. This is Angbandra. She's a real woman.
Make sure you get creepier. Apparently it's a better brand.
Yeah, Adam Lanza. That's the one.
I just read that and I agreed with it.
Check it. That's definitely Adam Lanza in drag.
I'm gonna...
Anything else? Earth is grimy. Story time, I have ADHD. You got something. I know she's like mentally ill, but at the same time, she really plays it up. You know what I mean? It feels like a character. I hate my fucking life. Okay. I'll give you 1 minute.
Alright. This is just to try to work through some feelings because I'm pissed off at everything.
This is not a tranny. It's Angbandra. Listen, I'm telling you right the fuck now. If you just showed me this picture and you asked me if this is a tranny, I would tell you no. Let's review why. Clean living space. Comfy looking bed. Multiple pillows. No weird pink shit. Trannies, when they're trying to be women, think, oh, girls like pink. So I want vibrant pink everywhere. You have soft pastels, light wood colors. Okay, none of this is garish or disgusting looking to the eye. It's not somebody putting on a LARP, okay? This is somebody who has a feminine eye, a light blue pattern. Men don't do this. Men do not buy light blue pattern rugs like this to throw on the ground to take up visual space, okay? No man ever has ever bought a rug like this for their space, okay? Table, no pornography anywhere. A man, this space right here, begging for a half-naked League of Legends character, Rule 34 they commissioned with the lesbian flag somewhere in it. That's what a tranny would buy. This fucking weird modern art deco vase that's just sitting there on the shelf to look nice. No man ever in history would buy that fucking thing. Okay? This is a woman. She's gonna dance. Look at that physique. You may not like it. This is it's like a space alien trying to disguise as a human. What I need is some baggy clothes and a fisherman's hat for some reason. Okay. Let's go back to the original.
I'm gonna teach you.
Where's the thingy at? Oh, it's back here. Okay. So she's been teasing this comic for months, okay? She's been teasing that she's going to post a comic, okay? I'm not going to read any of this shit. Nobody cares. This woman used to be a real cartoonist that worked for like Cartoon Network or some shit. And then she became a schizophrenic. So then we have this comic, okay? So here's the comic. There's an empty space. It says, no stealing, property of Pi. So empty space and then pop. And then there's a furry character with an internet thing behind him, like a browser. And the furry says, where am I? The name of this comic, by the way, is Comet Zero. Pi might be one of her alters. She still does the Tumblr multiverse, multiple system thing. So then the furry that just popped into existence says, happy birthday, wow. And there's confetti and horns blowing. And then the furry says, welcome to your very first birthday. No, it's just his very first birthed. And it's a rainbow between two carrots. And the furry is confused. He says, huh. The mysterious announcer says, today is the very first time you've stepped out of the wonderful head of your creator and have been posted on the vast magical land of the lowercase I internet, begging the question, which one? The furry says, who the fuck are you? Then the message says, welcome to your special forever home, myoc.com, and look to the corner, the party guests are so welcoming. And the furry says, what is that? The announcer says, here's your birthday cake drawn just for you. And it pops into existence, and it is a purple like cake with ribbons on it, and it says, posted 1 minute ago. And the furry is looking at this scrutably and says, wait, then the announcer says, and look, it says you're already posted 2 minutes ago on the lowercase I internet year old. What is a posted 2 minutes ago? It means you've finally become alive and you have only incubated for 3 head-sitting years. Very premature for a baby OC. Okay, so this is Ang Vondra explaining that she's thought of this character for 3 years and it took 3 years to post it on the internet, which apparently is not even much. Then it says, you're so sweethearted, your creator hasn't even needed to redo your character reference 30 times, then black out in a fit. Now, the furry is very upset. He's holding this cake and looking at it angrily. And then he says, you must be very preciously close. And then he like sticks his tongue out at the cake. Okay, there's like little scribbles. Like the no stealing message has become, no stealing, my family can't stand you at pie. And then this one it says, no stealing at pie. Then it says, I'm Pie. You're my sweet little baby. I can't wait to meet you. Find me in real life. No stealing. Okay. Oh, there's no punchline to this. I thought something else would happen. The Crypto Jew says, Aang has posted the first 3 pages of a new webcomic. I'll post them here, but I recommend visiting the website itself. It's an accomplishment. She narrates all her pages, and the website's design is very early internet. The amount of work she's put into this is actually kind of impressive, which is a shame because Aang will inevitably crash out and delete it like she always does. Okay. This is stucktogether.com. This is the index page, index.html, which is loading. Let me try to open it on a different browser. It works fine on Brave. Oh, there we go. Yeah, this is inspired. I wish the googly eyes followed my mouse. I would feel better about that. Wait, does she do the narration?
No stealing. Property of Pie. Ta-da! Where am I?
Okay, this is better than my narration. I should just play these.
No stealing. My family can't stand you. Copyright Pie. Wow. Welcome to your very first birth. Huh? Today is the first time you've stepped out of the wonderful head of your creator and been posted on the vast magical land of the internet. Who the fuck are you? Welcome to your special forever home.
myoc.com.
Why would you not advertise your actual site? Like, she has her own actual site. Why is she using, like, an example site?
And look to the corner. The party guests are so welcoming. What is that?
Okay, then the last one.
Balls no stealing. Here's a birthday cake drawn just for you. Huh? And look, it says you're already posted 2 minutes ago on the internet year old. What is a posted 2 minutes ago? It means you finally became alive. And you only incubated for 3 head-sitting years. Very premature for a baby OC. You're so sweet-hearted,
Your creator hasn't even needed to redo your character reference 30 times and
Why is she doing like a
it.
fake Russian accent?
You two must be very preciously close.
Fascinating. She definitely plays it up. Oh God, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? Is this a comment on this? Is this like a description on this comic? Oh God, what is happening? Okay, hold up. I don't think Pi can copyright anything. This is it. This is the first idea I've wanted to work out to become a pilot episode for my own cartoon because I want to be a go-getter and make my dreams a reality. I can't fix it well up in my head to see where it needs to go, so I'm work it out and use an improvised comic one panel at a time. I can't wait to tell everyone about this, sweetie. What the fuck is this? What is this underneath it too? Dude, look, she has a gay nigga flag on her door. What's sad is that she's good. I like the colors on this a lot. It pops, chat. It pops. It's just like it's so weird because I think what she does is that she is like fucked in the head, but instead of just trying to make the best of it, she's just like so woe is me that she acts it up out of like self-pity and then adds all this fucking garbage and shit. No, I like the design. I'm gonna be real with you. I like this computer thingy, and I like this poster. It has a style to it that I approve of. I'm gonna be real with you. Kind of, especially this reminds me of like Newgrounds or something. I like it. It appeals to my millennial sensibilities. Okay, it's a shame that she's whatever the fuck is wrong with her. Okay, next, Amberlynn Reed. Amberlynn has been demonetized on YouTube. So let me explain. This requires some explanation. Thousands of years ago, when the Kiwi Farms was a relatively new site, a massive seismic event known as Amberlynn Reed occurred on the internet, which forever altered the course of history. Amberlynn, without exaggeration, is probably one of the fattest influencers to ever reach any kind of mainstream popularity. She's very, very fat. She's very famous as well. Her channel is quite large. Everyone knows who she is, who's like into female influencer spheres. Literal spheres too. And she's been around for a long time. When she got her start, she was a mukbanger. Mukbanging, in case you don't know, I want to wrap this up on a nice bow. South Korean people are so fucked up mentally that they can't talk to each other and suffer from crippling loneliness and want to commit suicide all the time, which is why their birth rate is 0.8, the lowest birth rate ever recorded in human history for any population. So they're so lonely that they want to spend lunch with somebody. They can't talk to each other. So instead they go on the internet and they find an influencer who is eating. And these is where the Korean word, South Korean word, mukbang comes from. It is watching somebody eat, usually somebody who has a little bit of pizzazz, a little bit of character, talks about their day, generally just tries to make you, the viewer, feel less like a completely alone reprobate that's going to jump off a bridge. That is what a mukbang is. However, Americans, as they do, Americanize the concept. No longer was mukbanging a way to stop South Korean men from committing suicide so that the economic prosperity of South Korea would continue unmitigated. It was to make money doing what we love to do already, which is to eat. And nobody loves eating more than Amberlynn Reed. So she began to do mukbangs, which even at the time people considered to be insensitive. It was cultural appropriation for this fat bitch to take this weird thing from South Korea and try to claim that her eating half a pound of white rice was in any way, shape, or form the same thing. Those people lost that war because it has become a thing in the West, but that was a controversy at the time. She would eat all sorts of shit. She would eat her main thing was white rice. She would legit pack away like a pound of white rice, like 8,000 calories of white rice. If I was going to be 600 pounds, I would not waste my calories on white rice. But that's what she did. Anything fried, very famously orange chicken from Cheesecake Factory was her favorite. So she would eat tons of unhealthy shit on camera. And feeders like Anime Sex, Cope, and Sneed would watch this and goon and give her money and subscribe and promote her content. The other people who watched and subscribed and promoted her content were the exact opposites. They were pro Anna. They were people in the eating disorder community, and Amberlynn Reed was the queen. She was fat. She was unlikable. She ate garbage. Nobody wants to be Amberlynn Reed. So women with eating disorders would share her, I think, as what they would call fatspo, which is a inspirational fat person who was so grotesque that it made you think, if I eat this little grain of white rice, I might as well be Amberlynn Reed eating 6,000 calories worth of white rice. So that's how she became famous between these two worlds. People who wanted to see her eat because it was interesting to them for vicarious reasons, and people who wanted to see her eat so they could stay on track. Amberlynn also had a really rancid, toxic personality. Just one of the most unlikable people ever. Everyone hates her. And part of that is because she's a chronic liar. She's like a psychological liar. She lies about everything. She lies about things that don't make any sense to lie about. If you've ever met a psychological liar, like a real psychological liar, they tell little fibs that they don't need to tell that benefit nobody. It's not like telling a little white lie to make things easier to get through the day. Like, how are you? I'm doing fine. Like, it's not that kind of thing. It's like, how are you? Well, I went to the carnival today. I am doing great. And then it's like, oh, what carnival did you go to? Oh, the one in Albuquerque. It's just open. I think it's just closed, actually. Matter of fact, I went to go see the lion exhibit. And it's just like lying about something that doesn't make any fucking sense. That didn't exist. That didn't happen. Never happened ever for no reason. Just because there's some sort of weird psychological dopamine rush from lying to somebody's fucking face about something that doesn't matter. And that's Amberlynn Reed. She loves to lie. So she has over 13 years etched out in existence doing this. And a lot of it was like eating content. And then it switched to dieting content. And then as the dwarf star collapsed in on itself of her career, she just got really insecure. I think it kind of ate at her how everyone on the face of the planet considered her a big fat loser, not worth her weight in shit. And so she would pretend that she didn't eat much and that she was a dainty girl and that, so on and so forth, that she was a really respectable person and the haters all got it wrong. But the haters make me famous, cash me outside. So her content transitioned away from eating tons of fried shit and drama with her young girlfriends to utterly monotonous, inane content about absolutely fucking nothing. She has put out so many fucking videos about her fucking journals. This fat bitch doesn't fucking work. She doesn't do anything. She produces nothing. She consumes and she does nothing. And her favorite hobby is to journal. You have nothing to fucking write about. But she goes on TikTok and she finds all these TikTok journaling guides about how to like draw up a agenda planner in like this fun, fanciful way, like a mindfulness agenda. Like every day you do these affirmations. And she goes through all these fucking journaling things to catalog a life that is meaningless and utterly and totally devoid of anything of value. A bereft, empty existence that is filled up with white rice day after day. And this was funded by the mean girls who watched her original content, who were just kind of like strung along for the ride at this point, watching her vacuous nothing every time she put out a fucking video. With occasional little content nuggets of like her breakup or her cat disappearing and her getting into a domestic with her lesbians and shit. Like that spiced it up every so often, like a piece of chicken in your bowl of rice. But after 13 long years, Neil Mahan, the street shitter in chief, says, "My good sir, we have been getting many, many mean comments from people saying that YouTube promotes disordered eating, sir. This is very bad for our advertising bottom line, and that is the only thing that I could possibly give a fuck about. So we are going to change the rules on disordered eating content SA. And they sent out a notice, and he said, look, we're changing the rules. No longer are videos about disordered eating, be it pro Anna or Nikocado type stuff, no longer will this be monetized on YouTube. Now, Nikocado must have gotten the word ahead of time because he's basically disappeared. He got his bag. He was 2 steps ahead. Probably had a really good contact in YouTube who warned him about the SAW's plans to redeem on eating disordered content, and he got out. Amberlynn did not get a heads up. So after the notice got out and she didn't take any action, the Mean Girls went through her 13-year back catalog of mukbang videos and reported them all, which were clearly against the rules because they were a fat bitch eating copious amounts of food for the sake of promoting a disordered eating lifestyle. So she has been demonetized for the first time in 13 years. Now, if she had played her cards right, she was once at a very early time in YouTube's history when you could just make money by being a YouTuber. She made a ton of money. I think she was making, by her own admission, 5 figures a month, every month, even in like the boring times of her history. So at her peak time, she probably was getting, on a good month, 6 figures worth of cash, back when cash actually had value too. So imagine you were making high 5 figures a month. What are some things you could do with that money? You could invest in things, buy stocks, buy commercial property, buy residential property, and you can just offload the responsibilities of all this shit to somebody who is able to handle it, and then you never have to worry about anything ever again. Guess what Amberlynn did with her time? Nothing. Nothing. There are pictures in here. I wonder if I have... No. Hopefully there's a screenshot I can show you this. There are pictures of... I have it in my stream contents, 1 second. She started selling stuff on Facebook Marketplace. And the shit she's selling on Facebook Marketplace is indicative of what she would buy. As I mentioned, she bought journals, but what she was selling, I think she had a word for it. It's called like choosies or something. And it was her word for the little knickknacks of garbage. Here's the videos, by the way. Back when she was funny. It was like white plastic bins of absolutely nothing but knickknacks and trash. Oh, and she loves jewelry. Oh, here we go. Fuck yeah. Here it is. An expensive, brand new. She bought a Sony ZV-1M2 with tripod, SD cards, batteries, chargers. So this is she's selling it for $1,200. That's probably close to what she bought it for. Acrylics, so like random characters that look cute to her. Charms, trinkets, small toys, etc. Charms, like just buckets and buckets and buckets of Chinese-made vinyl or acrylic fucking garbage. And she would keep these in buckets of shit, like just throughout her house. And God, what was her name? Becky. She said that Amberlynn would open the bags of these choosies and she would dump them on the floor. And I featured this video on the front page of the Kiwi Farms over Thanksgiving, where it's like they're asking this black guy that played NFL or NBA or some shit. He's like, Christmas or Thanksgiving dishes. Do you like stuffing or cranberry jam? And then he said cranberry jam or okra, cranberry jam or mac and cheese. And then anytime they asked him mac or cheese or this, mac and cheese or stuffing. Ooh, mac and cheese. And that's basically what Becky would be subjected to. Labubu or Labubu? Labubu or Labubu? And apparently this would go on for hours. She would dump all this trash out and then make them go head to head, and Becky would have to say mac or cheese or stuffing over and over and over again until only one choosy remained. And that is what she did with her wealth. She bought absolute fucking garbage and then forced her lesbian ass washing girlfriend to battle her choosies together until only one explained. Okay. So, now she's cut off. She is left with bins of garbage. She probably spent, I bet you each one of these was like $5. And she probably spent hundreds. Now she's selling it for nothing. So that's what's left. I don't even think I think she lives in an apartment. She like lives in an apartment complex. So she owns nothing. She owns nothing. She's started doing cameos. She's trying to sell cameos for $60 a piece in case you want a hello from the least charismatic, least likable woman who's ever fucking lived, the most insipid, boring cow to ever eat and shit. You can pay her $60 for a heckin' wholesome shout out. Here are the highlights from her tearful goodbye video. You ready? She was mass reported and she got demonetized. She's upset that she's retroactively punished for old videos since she hasn't made mukbang, ED related, or weight loss content lately. Has only been doing live streams. Which I mean, to be fair, it is complete bullshit that they can change the rule on you and then content from 13 years ago gets you banned. 13 years ago. Imagine if the law worked like that. Imagine if they like retroactively banned cannabis, and if you smoke cannabis at any point in your entire life, you can go to jail. You know what I mean? It's like, it's just fucking nonsense. Oh, or like alcohol. They banned alcohol. Oh, you had a drink 13 years ago, huh, buddy? That's 10 years. Like, fuck you. But my good saw, the advertisers saw if the video is still available on YouTube, then the advertisers can see it and they might complain and say that they expect us to reduce the cost of advertising on YouTube because they do not want their Clorox bleach appearing next to this video, saw. Makes sense to him. She made a Cash App. She says, I don't want to be the person to say, oh, here's my Cash App. It feels weird. It feels weird. But if you want to give me a penny, you can give me a penny. YouTube is no longer her job. She doesn't know how to know anything different than being a YouTuber. She's been constant for 13 years. Everything happens for a reason. Twinkie has a surgery on Friday. That's her dog. Her savings were only for taxes. So she could put, that's what I mean. I was complaining about how everyone holds the IRS in this reverence. Like even this fat retarded bitch that buys fucking Labubus and acrylic trash is like, well, I still got to put a third away for the IRS. they're gonna audit me and they're gonna seize Twinkie's star and sell them on eBay to make my tax money back. She appealed it and was denied. Is going to sell her camera, her Legos, her choosies, books. Her Cameo is 40% off, which is why it's $60 instead of $100. She's applying for jobs. No Vlogmas. No YouTube. She'll come back on YouTube just to do updates. Says she's been bad with money, spent a lot on hobbies because she grew up poor. She also would gamble. I think she spent a lot more on gambling and bingo than she would admit. Mama Lynn was also rear-ended in a car accident, so feel bad for her. It's a hard goodbye. All right, you guys. If you don't want to pray for me, pray for Twinkie. And that means the end of it. Till next time. She's retarded, by the way. Okay. God forbid. Imagine you're Amber Lynn. I'm going to tell you right now. This is how you turn this around. She should immediately start streaming. She's too retarded to do any of this, by the way. Despite the fact that she's made probably millions of dollars off YouTube, she has never once figured out how to use a computer and has always made 100% of her content on her phone. So every video she's ever made has been edited on her fucking phone. That's not even a joke. That's been how she's been doing this for 13 years. She can't sit down and figure out a laptop. But this is what you should do, okay? She should go on Kick. And she should start doing reaction content. She should pull up Charlie Gold videos and pull up Charlie Gold's Kiwi Farms thread. And she should drink. When she's on live and she drinks, she's the most toxic bitch ever. And it's awesome. So get yourself gin and tonic, boot up OBS. All right, you got to get someone to teach you how to use OBS, but boot it up with the webcam. Open up Kiwi Farms. Go to Charlie Gold's Kiwi Farms thread. Start drinking gin and tonic and just lay it out there. What do you really think about Charlie Gold? I guarantee you this content will make money. Okay, you can buy all the Dubai chocolate Labubus you want. All right. Fat racist drunk. Exactly. She's from Kentucky. You know she doesn't like you just know. You get her some Jack Daniels. That's coming out. Those Kentucky mountain roots will take hold. There will be a mighty forest growing. Okay, it's gonna happen. And that's it. She also deleted all her videos. So crazy chat, crazy times. That's right, the old Mountain Dew. I recently discovered, by the way, that Mountain Dew is a Prohibition era word that the mountain folk used to describe moonshine. So the drink Mountain Dew got its word from a Prohibition term for moonshine from the Appalachians. Isn't that interesting? Sorry, we're out of the FemHam segment now. So, someone has taken the effort of going through and making a thread on Demetrius Liberta, aka Creeperman90. In case you're wondering what a man, apparently the chaddest Chad to ever live, a man who can look his own mother in the eye while shitting his pants and saying, "Not yet," looks like. The actual manifestation of the Giga Chad himself, Creeperman90. This is him. There we go. This is a guy who knows that everything in life has a time and a place. And sometimes it's taking a shit, and sometimes it's not going to the bathroom. At least yet. Okay. I don't know if there's any new content to this. He's just posted this thread apropos of nothing. Let's read this a bit. That's the famous video. I won't play that one again. Inspired many memes. I think I played this video. Oh, no, I did not play this. Okay, this is another time this has happened. He was playing GTA Online. In case you're wondering who the market is for GTA Online, it's Demetrius. Let's take a look.
Nothing like coming in here and smelling a pile of shit. Go to the bathroom and shit on the toilet.
Okay.
Disgusting pig.
Oh my god. Like in 7 days, guys, in the game.
It doesn't look like you have enough money.
Go to the bathroom!
Try again? I think we can do that.
Go with that. Oh my god, no, just get out of here. I'm on recordings.
Alright, Mouse, you need to go to the bathroom, buddy. It smells in here.
Embarrassing. He's streaming to the whole Creeper army in a public lobby of 27 people, and his father comes in and has the audacity to speak in front of the Creeper army when he's not even a Creeper general. Creeperman should have pulled rank there. I don't know why he would allow it to happen. The Mafia 3 video continues to haunt Demetrius to this day. Almost every live stream since it is filled with comments referencing the video. A year after the original Mafia stream, Demetrius would stream Mafia 3 again. In this stream, Demetrius would get interviewed by TTS about the incident. In the stream, Demetrius would claim his shitting days were behind him, and that he had been warned multiple times about it. Demetrius would desperately try to tell his viewers that they should move on before he eventually gave up and turned off TTS. Okay.
Oh yeah, also Lego. Tomorrow I'm gonna try
Whatever happened to the interview? Hi.
I fell asleep, okay? Right now we can do a damn interview. Right now if you want to. you have my you my player ID. Send me a freaking party invite, and we can actually do the interview right now. Meanwhile, I'll try to play. Or mostly just some stuff in the background. I know, like getting more wiretapping on the game. Mostly getting most refuses. Okay.
Please give Sharkhold a shout out.
Okay, let me get my phone for this stuff, okay? Because I cannot focus and play on the same time. I can focus and play at the same time, but trying to look at comments.
I do much rather do it tomorrow. I am tired from work and it's like 1-0 for me.
I want the interview.
Well, yes, I'll be on like a bunch of stuff on my computer because on my computer.
Okay, thanks, man. Are you going to sheet yourself tomorrow?
What do you mean? Okay, let me get my comment now. Okay, because I just need it. Let's see, I'm not gonna do that. What the hell, boy?
What the hell?
Don't try to make fun of me like that. Okay, I got my phone out, ready to have.
No, that's slander, bro. Look, he couldn't focus through the pooping. Okay, that's why he can only. He is a high clock rate single core CPU. Okay, this man has mastered GTA Online and mastered Mafia 3, and he's mastered. Quite frankly, he's mastered pooping, but he can only do one thing at a time. So when he's locked in the zone, other things they have to go on the back burner, and they have to, if it happens, it happens, man.
How much ready for review and stuff?
Just making sure. Are you okay with this interview? Are you okay?
I'm okay with the interview.
Universe. Comfortable, I mean. Don't you poop yourself.
I'm okay with the interview, okay? I don't really care if you do interview me or not, but there are definitely questions I might not answer, okay? But I'll tell you when they happen.
T-O-P-K-E-K.
Tut. Yeet. Okay, what the hell that's supposed to mean?
Play Lego Universe.
I don't have Lego Universe, okay?
Why are you in the KK?
What the hell? PS4, don't dare to try to...
There's him streaming by using the PlayStation controller thing is so nostalgic for me, because this was how Christian would stream. Like, I don't know if you guys ever remember him doing like Autism QVC on Twitch. He had to use like a PS controller to stream for him because he couldn't otherwise figure out how to do it. So this guy, he doesn't know how to set up OBS or anything. He just has his PlayStation. So he just uses that.
Freak me out. Okay.
Why didn't you want to use the restroom? Play Lego Kingdoms.
I don't have Lego Kingdoms. What the hell?
Do you have Red Dead Redemption 2?
I already did that game. I did Red Dead Redemption 2, okay? Online maybe not too much on Red Dead online.
Creeperman.
I am trying to see what the hell's going.
What the hell? That's like his favorite thing to say.
How old are you? Bill
hey,
Chronicles.
hey.
I can smell you. How did it feel to be in a PewDiePie video?
Yeah, I found it out. I'm like, I was surprised, and that's how I got that many.
Why are you anti-Semitic?
Social, not Semitic. What the hell? There's a difference between those two.
What do you say about Semitism?
I don't have. Okay.
Don't you poop yourself?
Okay, right now I focus only on one series at a time. Okay, and I don't have the other game with me.
Imagine trolling over a year after it happened. Why do you hate colored people?
I don't.
My roommate RN and I'm trying so hard to not bust out laughing. What PewDiePie video was he in?
I don't know. I saw it. It's on Discord on my phone.
Imagine getting told to use the restroom.
Hey, it was damn 1 year ago. Okay, why can't people just move on? Okay, with the new me, with the old.
Lego in Indiana Jones.
Does that break? Or did he turn off the stream, or does it like just break because it can't handle it? Okay, these are just various videos where it sounds like he's shitting himself. However, his mom is not there to confirm it. We did play the video where he shit himself on stream again recently. Oh, he's into Lolicon? dude, you have to abort autistic babies because they'll spend their entire adult life in your attic furiously masturbating to lolicon and weird pony porn. Demetrius is known for his fecal proclivities. A less known side of his streams comes in scenarios in the Hero Academia series. Demetrius is particularly fixed on the main character of MHA, Deku, as he is the main subject of these streams, such as, what if Deku was a time travel, or what if Deku was a late bloomer? These fiction writings are littered with typos. Demetrius loves this character to the point of defending him in comments. Demetrius' fixation with MHAs goes beyond making fan fiction. He has listened to multiple not safe for work fanfics on stream. Perhaps the most bizarre time was when he appeared to be climaxing after listening to MHA fanfiction read by Obama text-to-speech at 6 a.m.
Let's not talk about that next time. Next time, let's do it gently. Just a nice, slow, easy grind. Something that will leave me feel like my legs are jello.
Okay, I don't want to hear this. His browser history and files littered with porn games, which is extremely bizarre, since this is presumably his family's computer, since you can see the folders his mother uses. Also accidentally leaked his Patreon, which shows that he supported numerous not safe for work artists, and he was somehow donating $1,000 per year. What the? Transformation or transfem submissions? Anon, Volin, running toaster, Schinken, which is just ham or bacon in German, and Fire Conejo. Okay. I don't know what that has to do with lolicon. Is Deku like a lolicon? I don't know what that means. If you know something about My Hero Academia, now is your time to comment on if Deku is a lolicon. Deku, MHA. Deku is a freshman at a superhero high school. Is the protagonist of My Hero Academia. It's a man. He's 14 through 24 in the series. Okay. I guess. I don't know what this means. All right. That's enough anime. Now that I've hit anime in this, I'm less interested. Next. Okay. We have more anime. I forgot. Wait, hold up. Where's the... I had a note for this. Did this not get in? Oh, no. I just had it out of order. Yeah, let's do this then. Let's sort it like this. Okay, next. So this is a guy from the forum. His name is Turkey Beef. Now, this guy is an anime nigga, and he was friends with this other anime nigga named Yoha Model 2B or something. It's like the full Android name for the android from Nier Automata. And it has been discovered that they were involved in a multi-thousand post conversation where they gooned together. And somehow, despite this being leaked out, neither Turkey Beef nor Yoha 2B has not left the forum in shame. And here's the weird thing. The Turkey Beef guy has actually been around for like 8 years because he first joined the forum in like 2017, and he kept getting banned because he's obsessed with this weird YouTube poop community called Yuchu or something. Like utterly obsessed. In fact, that's how I figured out that he's been running sock accounts for almost 10 years because he keeps going to this obscure YouTube poop thread called Yuchu and spurging the fuck out there. But he caught attention because he went to the articles and happenings board on 2 different accounts and would reply to himself like, here's my hot take. And then another account would log in and give him a big old thumbs up and say, wow, what a nice hot take you had right there. And then he would use both to post in the YouTube threads as well. So then after this got deduced, because he got into a big argument with people. They found out that he was like cyber sexting with this Yorha guy as well. And the real kicker is, you ready? They want to kill me. Yorha has apparently been talking with Turkey Beef about killing me. And so they can run their own kiwi farms, but run it better than I can. See, Yorha 2B, being a amazing cyborg android woman from Japan, but also space and the future, has sat down and after processing over 11 trillion points of data, has come to the conclusion that hosting the kiwi farms would be much easier to do and also profitable if you delete information. He says that if he ran it, he would simply delete unwanted information like Diax, and therefore he would be allowed to profit. So that's his brilliant idea, is he'll just run the kiwi farms, but without that information integrity concept that has kind of made it a facet of the internet. So that's what's been going on in the dusty corners of the kiwi farms. Bizarre, incestuous, gnarly, anime-laden, as always. Now, in the dusty corners of the broader internet, if Yorha 2B wanted to make real money, he should have been born an English woman with absolutely no sense of self-worth and a willingness to indulge lolicon fantasies. Because Shondo, who... I forgot how Shondo got introduced. Because Kiki Pion Pion was the one that Gator was into. I don't know why. I like beating up on Shondo. She's really gross. She's English, too. She did a stream, and she has sold pictures of her feet. Now, this cost the viewing audience of YouTube.com $90,000, but you're getting the feet pics for free. Now, her mother committed suicide, and so to cope and sneed with this reality, she is just engaged in foot prostitution. Unfortunately, this appears to be an extremely lucrative market because there's enough people out there sad enough to do this. So the goal was 69,000 points. 1 point equals £1 sterling. So her fans collectively spent 69,000 pounds, or $91,500 for these photos. I don't know how long she streamed for this, but that's what happened. Apparently, a big whale 39th-month sub got banned. Okay, I want to read this. You are banned from chat. This is Chicken3453. He has 322,000 Shondo points in the chat. So he watches an inconceivable amount of her Twitch streams. It's your 39-month sub anniversary. Share. Oh, wait, you can't share because you're banned from chat. He says, a mod DM'd me on Discord a while back that I would receive a timeout next time I did something. Never got one. Went straight to perma. People asking me why I was warned and banned. The warning I'd get timed out was bringing up the cookie stuff again because it was breaking the vibe. The ban was for saying I was sad I wasn't invited into a thing where the community said nice things to Shondo on a website. How the fuck do I get you guys to do that? I want $91,000 for fuck all, and I want to have a website where you can only say nice things about me. You know how much shit I get on my own website? You know what the discussion has been in my own thread for Men at the Internet on my own website for the last 3 fucking days? It was if I'm a complete knockoff of Medicare. And everyone's just like, God, Jim Medicare is just such a great streamer and so funny and insightful. I sure do miss him. Josh sure does got a lot of inspiration from this Medicare guy because he looks at things on the internet and makes jokes about it too. Isn't he very Medicare-esque? Fuck you. I need my Shondo Ass Pats website where you pay me $90,000 and then you only say how great and funny I am and I come up with my own fucking shtick, okay? Why can't I have that? When I sell my feet, you already seen, only select few people have seen my toes because I ended up in a video once. The mods posted the thing in the public channel. Submissions were already closed, then deleted it shortly after, saying, whoops, we meant to send that to a channel only she could see. I pointed out saying that there was a reason things like that, such as DMs and secret clubs, were stopped in the past, and I was banned shortly after. Permabans for regulars are supposed to go through Shondo first as well, but she hasn't been active on Discord for a while, as far as I know. I can see why, to be honest with you, this behavior is extremely parasocial and creepy. The rest are supposed to imagine a date idea. Okay, I gotta see this guy's Twitter account. I'm gonna bring it up safely on the side. Chicken3453. Let's see. He's got anime girl with frying pan as an avatar. His pinned message is Shondo as a GIF, and it says, "I love my wife." He's been driven off the internet. He's stopped posting tweets after this. This is probably the hardest day at work I've ever had. If a mod or Shondo sees this, I would appreciate a second chance to do better. Listen, buddy, your job is to work your miserable fucking job, get your fucking money, and send the bitch the fucking money. That's it. If you're not doing that, if you're running your fucking, if you're jaw jacking, if you're trying to manage her business or whatever the fuck, you're fucking up. Your job is to sit there and consume and to spend money and nothing else. If you see some weird behind the scenes stuff, shut up. Okay? Nobody wants to see what you have to say. Nobody cares about you. Nobody wants to talk to you. Nobody wants to be your friend. This weird English woman into Lolicon doesn't want to fucking know you exist. You just shut up and you give them the money, okay? Put the money in the bag. Yeah, exactly right. Next, Jackie Singh. Jackie Singh is a Pajit that lives in Puerto Rico. And apparently is upset that she was not molested. I haven't read this, so this is a raw dive. You ready, chat? Let me get a sip. Okay. Jackie Singh, inactive. Okay, so here's the funny thing about Jackie Singh. Jackie Singh needs dopamine. Otherwise, she'll just collapse into a pit of despair. So she has to post on Zitter. But she's a super lefty, so she has to pretend that she's moved over to Blue Sky, even though I have literally never once in my life opened Blue Sky to check on anything. So that dead-end echo chamber that is slowly losing steam is becoming more and more irrelevant. So she has to pretend that she's on Blue Sky by putting inactive in her name, but she just uses Twitter. Okay. So this Pooh Crusted Hands wrote this tweet. You ready? She says, I was 12 years old. A 35-year-old man I met on an AOL chat room picked me up in his car and drove me around my neighborhood. He eventually dropped me back off, perhaps deciding it wasn't worth the trouble. I dodged a bullet that day, but I am certain other girls got hit. The number of people in our country who have been abused is extremely high. Abused as children, likely higher. Trump will be lucky to escape a Gaddafi-like end, lucky to face the justice he routinely denies citizens, and not a rightfully angry mob armed with torches and pitchforks. When a mob caught up with Gaddafi, they shoved a knife right into his anus. It is on video. Trump and Elon belong in prison say, you're so lucky, Jackie. Jackie Singh says, the memories bring a certain chill down my spine. I wish I had been smart enough to report it at the time, but I was not even aware that I was in danger. I just thought I made a friend. Luke Smith says, that was not smart of you to do. Which Jackie says, oh, what a genius observation. Luke, you fucking filthy pedo protector. Plant manager says blaming the victim always a clear sign. Imagine blaming a 12-year-old for trusting an adult. Wave says cue all the disgusting victim blamers now. More conversation needs to happen. Coercive control, why consent is taken away, and the harm of victim blaming by society. Grok, please describe secondary trauma, the lifelong harms of victim blaming of a sexual predator. Grok responds. I will not read it. I don't care. Jackie then follows up, Grok, what could the societal effects be of triggering mass trauma from the office of the presidency? Oh no. Trump's up there fucking diddling away to trigger the libs and own the libs en masse. It's like a diddling nuclear weapon. Grok says triggering mass trauma from the presidency, such as through policies or rhetoric evoking past harms, could lead to widespread mental health issues like heightened anxiety, depression, PTSD flare-ups. Societally, it might increase polarization, erode trust in institutions, reduce civic engagement, i.e. voter turnout, and spur activism and unrest based on studies from APA, political scientific research. Crazy. So here's what else she's been up to. Jackie Singh is posting what appear to be AI photoshopped images of herself with politicians. Here we have two Pajeets together. You got Jackie Singh, who appears to be kneeling on a couch next to Kamala Harris, also in a red dress for some reason. This tweet got 18,000 likes, okay, and was viewed 3 million times. And then this one, her next to Joe Biden, says, it's crazy who you end up running to, small world. Like she's just in Puerto Rico and she bumps into Joe Biden. This got 2.3 thousand likes. So people are so dumb, and this woman is so desperate. She's pretending that she's with Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. I don't understand. Oh, is it Izat? That's a good idea. That's a good proposition. Hello, yes, I am very, very important in the wealthy, influential area I live, so I routinely bump into former President Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. In fact, Kamala Harris and I, we like to dress up in traditional Indian outfits and pose together in my living room, sir, because I am just so prestigious and influential, sir. I am hacking but legal, sir. Everything I do is good, sir. Fascinating. Okay. So this article by Manisha Krishnan was about some guy called Carl Casada. Now, it is my understanding that Carl Casada is a faggot who runs a YouTube channel. And this faggot who runs a YouTube channel likes to shoot a bunch of old Soviet equipment because the Soviets were the best thing ever, because the Soviet Union was a communist paradise, and if only the workers of the world had united because they had nothing to lose but their chains. So Carl Casada likes to shoot Soviet guns and then arm transgender folks so that when the tranny holocaust happens, every trans folk will take at least one normal person with them. That is what he does. So this article by Manisha Krishna describes how earlier this year I attended a shooting competition for queer, trans, very online misfits. Then Charlie Kirk was killed. This isn't the story I set out to write. How long is this? This is way too fucking long. It's a fluff piece for Carl Casada, basically, about how the queer indigenous folks need to rise the fucks up and get their AK-47s, Soviet surplus, because Donald J. Trump is coming to Holocaust them immediately. It was after this article that Carl Casada, lost his coworker Russell, as a part of Enraged TV. He says, assuming everything you said is true, associating the match with far leftism or Kirk assassination doesn't help us. It would not help expand or keep venues. You are not privy to the hate mail our venues receive that try to sabotage what we are doing, nor are you privy to the multitude of conversations I've had to reassure ranges we aren't crazy or dangerous. 2 out of 3 venues we use are because my long-standing industry relationships from competing and sponsoring events there. We have not been able to find new venues that both meet the requirements we have and are willing to work with us. I've done my best to present us as simply an inclusive Second Amendment for all shooting group, not as an extremist militia to these venues. This article and the headlines undermine all of that. I resigned from Enraged TV and brutality matches yesterday. Carl and I clearly have different priorities and goals with these events. I wish him and brutality matches the best. So apparently, the sane person who is actually capable of managing Carl Casada's militia training program has resigned because he's no longer able to perform his duties because Carl Casada just keeps making retarded statements about wanting to arm trainees to kill Charlie Kirk. And there you go. That's the update with that. Update on Amos Yee from Cell Block 3. Speaking of Medicare, a long time ago, what was it? This guy's a long history, and it goes all the way back to around Gamergate, or like a couple years after. Amos Yee is a Singaporean. he got in trouble for like some speech related issue in Singapore. Because he made a video, I think, talking about their founder, who's like kind of deified in Singapore. Because the city was somehow able to break away from Malaysia, which was an amazing feat, and now it's extremely wealthy. So he's always had like this cult of personality status with the city. But I think he was actually charged with blasphemy for like defaming some religious group in the city. But he was in the United States and he was detained by ICE in 2017 because he was awaiting extradition, I believe, awaiting extradition to Singapore for charges there. However, the Human Rights Coalition or the Human Rights Watch were able to get him released by claiming that what he was facing was an anti-First Amendment persecution charge, so he should not be deported. That succeeded. And Amos Yee repaid the generosity of the country that prevented him from going to jail by starting a YouTube channel where he openly discussed how he was a pedophile sexually attracted to children and how pedophilia should be reinterpreted under historical context so that relationships with younger people can be socially acceptable. After he published this video, he received a huge amount of negative publicity, as you can imagine. Medicare did a video on him. A bunch of people did a video on him. And the end result was that he was evicted from his home. He was renting a room. And as soon as he made this video talking about being a pedophile, his landlord ejected him from their house. And later, much later, he was actually arrested for attempting to groom a minor, I believe at the age of 14, and for having child pornography, I believe sexually explicit material from the minor that he was grooming. So he was arrested in Illinois and sentenced. And now he is in the custody of ICE because as soon as he was released from Illinois prison to begin his probation period or to go to a mental health institute or some shit, ICE scooped him up immediately. So now he's awaiting deportation to Singapore, where he actually faces draft dodging charges, from my understanding. He never showed up for a medical examination to see if he was fit to be enlisted on the draft that they have in Singapore. So he's a draft dodger on top of other things. So as soon as he's deported from the U.S., being deported means he can't re-enter the U.S. for at least 10 years. He will also face draft dodging charges in Singapore. So that is Amos Yee and ICE Detention Camp 3. Cool. Okay, this is my understanding of the Camelot situation. This is a 2-hour-long video. We're not watching this. Camelot, also known as Kumalot, is the close friend of Nick Rekieta. He's into amateur car racing. He's a driver. I believe he's been sponsored by both Rekieta and Tim Pool. He has crashed multiple cars. My understanding from thread regulars who have discussed how this works is that what he does is he competes in a specific circuit where they let anyone compete who has the money to bring a car. And even though he has the money to compete, the fact is that he's been involved in, I think, 3 separate incidents where cars have been totaled, and he's lucky to still be alive. So the NASCAR people say that his reputation is very poor, and he's basically just known as a car crasher who pays money to participate in these events, and he's never really going to escalate further up the chain. He'll never be Dale Earnhardt or whatever the fuck, some car racing maestro. But he keeps at it because he's a man-child, and when he was a kid, and he was a little boy, Daddy loved NASCAR. He liked to watch cars go round and round in a circle. And he said, "Oh boy, I can't wait. One day I'm going to be a NASCAR driver just like my papa likes to watch on the TV." So this is him living out his man-child fantasy. On the side, he does YouTube videos, and his YouTube videos are the lowest quality slop ever put out. I think is he the one that streams with that Mia person? That's basically just a whore, and everyone, for whatever reason, they just pretend she's not a fucking whore. Okay, yes. So he's basically a porn-addicted whore philandering about. And he has been receiving whale super chats from somebody for months, about $100 a day from this guy. And then at right about 90 days, apparently, this guy charged back all of his super chats. So 90 days is as far back as you can charge back. And this guy went back. From my understanding, this is how it was explained to me. He went back and he charged back all of his super chats in 90 days. So if we do a little quick math, that's 3,000 times 3, 9,000, right? $100 times 30 times 3, 9,000. But I think it's longer than that, though. I remember seeing a much bigger number. $20,000. That's higher than what I... Oh, 4 months. That explains why it's higher. He's reporting that YouTube has retroactively charged him $100 a day going back 4 months, clarifying that with YouTube support, one of his top pay picks has charged back as much of their donations as possible, amounting to almost $20,000. Due to this, he claims he may now lose his home. However, there is a mysterious wrinkle in this developing tale, as the pay pig is now claiming they did not charge back these tips. In fact, they were maliciously hacked by someone who exclusively charged back all their YouTube donations to Camelot, reversed none of their other transactions, and performed no other unauthorized actions while committing the hack. So, that does... That does not sound right to me. Okay. It is. It's like a silly prank. Like, what a silly prank to pull on someone. You just log into their account and you only charge back Camelot specifically. It's a nice meme, I guess. Sucks to be him. The chatter claimed his phone was hacked. No, probably not. I don't think so. I don't think that's how that works. Oh no. He wanted to be a car racer, but instead he's going to lose his homes because Iron XTRM. Wait, who's the guy? That's not the guy that charged back. Oh, that's not him posting that. Okay. Kind of like doesn't even have his own thread. He's just kind of like blended into the fucking Ricada thread. It's like an afterthought. He's not very influential, I guess. All right. I need something I can show you guys so I can take a sip, man. I need a moment. It's only 40 seconds. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to play like 3 minutes of this prostitute talking so I can take a second, okay? This woman, Natalie Banks, was discovered on the Kiwi Farms, okay? And she has a story to tell about one of her Johns. And it's an interesting story. You might find the story interesting. I hope you do, because I'm going to play a couple minutes of it as I drink water, okay? So let's see what she has to say.
Would later become public record if he didn't want people to think a certain type of way about him. Okay, disclaimer over, but let's get into it. This is a passion project and the brothel tea that I have been dying to spill. Let's get into it. This story, unfortunately, begins some point in late 2022, early 2023, when I started receiving some emails from the dude. I'm just going to call him the dude, fuck it. So the dude starts emailing me, and like I've been escorting independently and, you know, just doing other forms of sex work for like, you know, over like a decade at that point. And I could see a time waster. I mean, I skimmed the first couple sentences of the email, and I was very easily able to determine that this guy was like a waste of time. Didn't really look into the emails, forgot about it, whatever. Well, flash forward a couple months, and I'm like, I get off of work, and it's like 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm at the brothel, and I'm drunk, and I'm going through my phone and looking at my emails, and I see that the guy reached out again. But this time I actually read the email, okay? And dude was like trying to say that he was opening another brothel in a nearby town, and that he would love for me to come and work there, blah, 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 blah. So the first thing I do, I'm like, oh, really? What's this? You know, that's kind of weird and poachy, you know? But so anyways, I look up, I believe that it was West Wendover, which is right next to Utah and right next to all of the Mormons. Okay. So for a little bit of context here. Okay. So I look up new legal brothel opening in West Wendover, and all I see is articles about how the city has made all these ordinances about how they will never ever ever do that. And so I go back and I reread the email, and it's like, and you know, kind of look at a map because I'm not living in Nevada at that point, and I'm determining that it's like, bro, you want me to come out to a brothel that does not exist in the middle of the desert for why? Okay. Red flags just going up everywhere. So I'm drunk, I'm feeling froggy. So I emailed him back. And also I had another important piece of information. He has a picture of himself like attached to his email contact thingy. And he looks creepy as shit. Like his face is so creepy. Okay.
Creepy alert. Creepy alert. Fucked up face alert.
For two, he signed it with, like, his email signature was the name of his LLC. Okay. And so I message him back because my line of thinking is like, I think I'm a relatively smart person. I at least have a little bit of common sense, right? And I was quickly able to determine that this guy is on some bullshit and a fucking creeper who is trying to lure sex workers to the middle of the desert to work somewhere that does not exist. So what would you do when they get there? Okay. I could see this. Maybe other girls wouldn't be able to see this and would fall for it and get hurt in some way. So I messaged him back and I cussed him the fuck out. I'm like, you know, you creepy bitch. Why are you trying to lure sex workers into the middle of the desert? Go fuck yourself. I'm happy where I'm working right now, you know. Also very, very predatory and poachy to try to poach other brothels as employees, you know, like fuck off, dude. So I fall asleep shortly after that. And, you know, this is at the brothel. So I wake up in the morning and my boss is knocking on the door, on my room's door. And he is like, he's like, he's like, I got an email about you. And I'm like, what? And he's like, oh, I heard that you're really ableist and you've upset, you upset this dude. He's like, I'm not mad at you, but that's fucking hilarious. Honestly, he's a creep. Don't worry about him. He's been, you know, around for a while. So I'm like, what? So anyways, this guy, he goes and he had emailed my boss off of the brothel's website to tell my boss that I am an ableist person that is discriminating against him because he has a facial disability. And this facial disability is a very weird, facial disability is a word that a term that he actually uses himself. Okay. But very weird. I've never heard of a facial disability. I'm like, what, ugly? Well, no, I come to find out that it is actually Mobius syndrome and half of his face is paralyzed and he was born that way. Okay. So I look back in, I'm like, how dare you, bitch? How dare you try to get me in trouble with my job? Okay. You stalker. So, I reopened the emails and he changed his email signature that used to be his LLC's name to Paralyzed Face Productions. Just to try to be like, gotcha.
I will summarize the remaining 40 minutes of this that I watched before the stream. So this woman is a prostitute. She's from Ohio, I think, and she goes to Nevada to engage in legal forms of prostitution within the state. As she described, she was contacted by Russell Greer, who attempted to poach her specifically to start a new brothel in a border town of Utah, on the Nevada border side with Utah. The idea being that the Mormons he grew up around with would be much more willing to visit a brothel right in their own backyard, and they would be going further into Nevada where they could potentially be caught in their sexual proclivities. Now, in true to form, Russell Greer fashion, Russell did not attempt to check if any of this made sense or was at all possible. Within a rudimentary Google search, this prostitute was able to discover quite quickly that the idea had actually been proposed many times, that this small town on the border of Utah open a brothel, but the city itself, the council, does not want to do that. As you can imagine, many small towns. And she explains in one of the videos, I did not know this, in Nevada, the state law says that in order for a county to have a brothel open, the county can have no more than 700,000 people in total, which is why I think it was 700,000. I mean, it might even be less, but that's why only the podunk counties have any brothels in them. So let's see. The idea was shot down by them, and the small town did not want him. Russell Greer was completely unabated by the fact that the small town did not want anything to do with him, and continued to harass her in various forms, apparently upset that he was shot down. But, as she explains, he's actually very, very well known in the Nevada prostitution industry. He is not a nobody. Kind of in an opposite of the way that he would have preferred. He is very well known. He's actually banned from many, many brothels. He's actually pre-banned from brothels that have never seen him because there's a guy called Hoff, I think either Hoff or Hoffman, if you can imagine, who owns a huge number of brothels in Nevada. And he has banned Russell Greer from all of his brothels. But Hoffman, of course, being the big dog in Nevada, knows other big dogs in Nevada and has warned them, don't let this fucking gimpy retard in your establishment. So he's also been banned from there, which he attributes probably not even to his own behavior, but to his Kiwi Farms thread, because she explains that she was able to find tons of information about him just by searching up his name. Now, I'm not the only one or the Kiwi Farms is not the only one who's ever talked about Russell Greer. Many people have, but he hears something like that and he immediately thinks, I could have set up my brothel and she'd be working for me right now and sucking my dick on the reg if only the Kiwi Farms didn't poison my SEO. Like, that's how his mind works. He's like a retard. He doesn't realize, I can't just convince a bunch of people to let a brothel go up in their town. I can't just trick people into financing real estate deals for me. I can't just trick a prostitute. Of all the people you can trick, a prostitute is the least likely to be tricked. Okay, the amount of street smart you need to have as a prostitute to not get strangled to death by a serial killer is really high. So if a woman makes it to like 40 like this as a prostitute, she is not going to be susceptible to Indian Pajit tier scams. Okay, it's not happening. So she goes on to explain a little mystery. Hardin has been doing some research into Greer's brothel wheeling and dealings in Nevada. And one thing that came up was a guy. At some point, Russell Greer, during his legally logged and FOIA-able contacts with different city councils throughout Nevada, disclosed that he had a specific real estate agent that was in business with him. So this was new information to Hardin. Nobody had ever heard of this guy before, but he was indeed a real person who had a real estate company in the town that Russell Greer was attempting to open a brothel in. And this guy actually went to her and tried to solicit her for her involvement after she had denied Greer like a year before. So a year later, like a full year later, Russell Greer sent an agent to say, I think she said, he opened it by saying, I may or may not hire you, but I just wanted to talk to you about a business thing. And then he basically re-explained Russell Greer's thing. So I guess Russell, after getting an agent to believe his bullshit, thought he was going to get like sick revenge. Like, you thought you were too good for me a year ago, but now I have a real estate agent and my deal is progressing. I will offer you a generous package once and only once more, small-time whore. You can work for me as the madame of my brothel in my infinite grace, but you will suck the Russell Greer D on the reg. So he thought he was going I think he was thinking he could epically own her. I can't imagine that he's just like completely infatuated with her and has to be her. But I would have said that he probably contacted every single girl in the entire state, but he's sending the people in person to go meet her and try to solicit her for her participation in his scams. So it's a really bizarre, perplexing scenario. Okay. So she tells him off. Actually, she explains that she literally sits this guy down on the bed, and opens gets his phone out, and then shows him the Russell Greer deep lore. So she gives him like a entire Man at the Internet episode on Russell Greer personally. So I don't know if he's paying for this time or what's going on in this brothel, but she has the time to sit down and explain Russell Greer's entire history to him, which causes him to freak the fuck out. Because until that point, she says he had no idea that he was dealing with like a lunatic. He was just an open-hearted man willing to work with the disabled folks to see his business dreams come to fruition. Then after she gave him the rundown, he freaked out. And apparently that's when they cut contact, because Russell Greer, again, was upset that his business partner dropped out at some point. So, and the guy has actually confirmed that he does not do business with Russell Greer anymore. Then I want to say, that's it. Basically, this is Russell. Yeah, that's it. That's it. More will come out in due time, I'm sure, as they do. But that's the current update on Russell Greer. Is that Russell is such a laughing stock that random prostitutes in Nevada now take time out of their busy day sucking dick to completely fucking humiliate him on YouTube. That's what's happening with his career trajectory. Okay. All right. Next. A while ago, I talked about how a Kick streamer by the name of Sam went to India during their Festival of Lights and literally shot fireworks at people. I guess assuming that if I'm going to torture human beings and harm them, I might as well do it in India, where there are so many of them, it doesn't even matter, and nothing's going to happen to me anyways. So when that happened, I remember people in my own stream saying, Josh, the child that so after he shot fireworks, they took him aside, and this was on camera, and they're saying, you hit a little girl in the eye, and they're taking her to the hospital. She might lose the eye. And everyone's like, Josh, this might be a Jeet scam. However, they have actually found the girl, and despite his claims that she was fine, she only had a scratch, she was fine, and he's also paid her medical bills. They have found her. She is blind in that eye now, and he did not pay her medical bills. So he has been banned from Kick for causing grievous bodily harm to a child, which is just insane. It's pretty fucked up. I can't imagine like going to another country and just like doing something like that. People you don't even fucking know. You know what I mean? It's not like you're playing around with your friends and something happened. It's a tragic accident. You deliberately went to a country of people you don't know to just disrespect them and injure their children. It's like, I think he should just be sent back. Send them back to fucking India and let them do whatever the fuck they do to people who injure injured children, blind children in India. I feel like that's the appropriate causality here. They do it to us, yes, but we're white. We don't do that. Okay? You understand? You understand, boy? That's like an animalistic thing to do. Probably nothing. Okay, let's see. What is the prison sentence in India for shooting fireworks and causing injury to people? Celebratory firing is a criminal offense, a jail term that can extend up to 10 years without any injury. Causing an act by endangering life or personal safety, up to 6 months. Causing grievous hurt by act of endangering life or personal safety, up to 2 years. Causing death by negligence, that's not relevant. And jail terms, so it could probably add that up. Probably a nice, 13 years in Indian jail. Let's find a picture. Indian long-term prison. Here we go. Ooh, yeah. Well, that's looking good right there. Ooh, how about this? right there. Yeah, it's about what I expect. I'm making fun of YouTube video on this. Prison in India. If I search this, I was wrongfully accused of terrorism and locked in a hellish Indian jail. I had malaria 5 times and 8 ants to survive. 10 years in Indian prison. Surviving Makkah. Oh, that's not India. Okay, I see. Well, that sounds like a good time. Lock him up. Send him back. Send him back to India. He can become a Hydra. Okay, so Hassan Piker went to China and showed off this picture of how cool he looks, I guess. And if you zoomed up on his hand, he's actually holding a bunch of money and a ticket. He bet, I think, $30,000 on a single horse in a horse race in China, which is also a pretty cruel sport. Horse racing is. I know some people might disagree with that. We do it in the West, but kind of treating like a living animal. It's like a sport instrument. So I don't know. After zapping the dog, horse racing is probably not the sport to bet on if you're going to bet $30,000 on the sport. Okay. Here's the receipt. Actually, it's $29,550. Is he like in Macau? I didn't know you could gamble in China. I thought you could only gamble in China and Macau. So here's his responses. Completely agree. This is from Syndicalist Vegan. Hassan has a pretty big blind spot when it comes to animals. He always has. Sad Sandrew says, disappointing. Hassan has major blind spots in animal rights, disability advocacy, and from what black people have said, black advocacy. I wish he would take this community more seriously and actually listen to those of us that bring these concerns forward in good faith. Also, feminism. He still uses radical feminist as a derogatory term in the great year 2025. And then this guy says that he's overreacting. Agree, and I'm sorry people don't take it seriously. What is the name of the topic? He has a huge blind. I read that. This guy's the human version of Brian from Family Guy. Super performative and up his own ass. On top of that, he virtue signals like hell while being a bad person. Aura farming like crazy. Flexing $20. Eat the rich. No, not me, the other rich. The super duper rich. I'm just like you guys. When will you come home? We're hungry. And then it's dogs. Champagne socialism win. W money spread. But if you really cared about Palestinians, you start by working with other anti-Zionist right and stop calling them Nazis. Considering there are haters either way, it's funnier watching them fume over you winning than stunt on you for losing. Oh no! It's Kaya Floyd being knelt to death on by a very tiny-headed man. Okay. I see. There you go. Next. Let's listen to this.
Oh, it's absolutely perfect, though.
What is it?
The bunny sandwich.
That is rather clever and indeed very cute.
No need to be embarrassed by that. I'm sure it's a perfect fit. Alright, warm-up's done. Let's get into the good stuff. We'll rotate through the machines and free weights, helping each other with form and spotting. To start, we'll rotate through some bench presses. Since Mary's just starting out, we'll keep the weight light for him, but I'm sure the rest of you can handle some heavier sets.
Excellent. Ugh. I think I gotta increase the weights.
You have just listened to Bunny Workout ASMR. This is apparently the creation of somebody called Nick Nocturne, who is involved in something called Nexpo, which is a YouTube horror community on youtube.com. So here is my understanding, okay? This guy called Nick Nocturne is one of the biggest horror YouTubers on the website. And he's been around for a long time, and he's very, very popular. Okay. And apparently at some point in time, this Nick Nocturne guy wanted to go into VTubing, and got so bullied by his own community, he deleted the video and abandoned the plan. So now he just recreationally is participating in gay furry ASMR videos. Let me see if I can find this. Hold up. Oh, this guy. Oh my God. It's him. It's him. He's one of the guys that tried to debut with the owl guy. The books are such a human thing. Of course, I would immediately recognize this. Oh man, that's funny. My debut with Astroline TV will be this Saturday, and believe me, I'm a lot more fun in motion. When was the last time he last streamed 7? He apparently does this. He actually does this now. Apparently he transforms into like werewolf mode. Like that's like his human form, and then sometimes he TFs into a werewolf. He seems to always be a werewolf though. Let's talk a bit. Devil's Night. Okay. Well, that's terrifying. Oh, because he's a horror guy. I see. It's supposed to be scary. Uncanny Valley. Okay, talk. He has 4 eyes, like a...
There we are.
Is that how he talks for his videos?
Okay.
Tries to talk like,
Very good. Hello.
Who's the guy that Jim Sterling was obsessed with? He was the voice for...
As last
blonde
time,
hair
the
from
activity
Resident
feed
Evil.
He's broken.
What the fuck is his name?
Interesting. I thought that might be fixed.
No, not Leon Kennedy, the other one with the knife. He's a character, Wesker.
So
yeah, he's a character in Dead by Daylight now. Albert Wesker.
Real quick, because I
Oh
don't want
man,
to
hold
miss
up.
anybody here.
Jim Sterling was obsessed with that guy's voice actor. Jim Sterling. Wait, Wesker. Voice actor. Lance Reddick. He's a black guy? No, DC Douglas is who I'm thinking of. DC Douglas characters. Albert, yeah, he was the original. I don't want some fucking black guy, Albert Wesker. Albert Wesker is supposed to be the whitest man to ever live. The most evil German doctor, Joseph Mengele, bad man. Okay, hold up. Oh, I remember. Jim Sterling did a short horror movie that was complete shit. And he got DC Douglas, the voice actor for Albert Wesker, to participate in this somehow. And if I remember correctly, DC Douglas is like a woke, and is like a big fan of Jim Sterling. Anyways, my point is that he tries to sound like Albert Wesker is my point like this. I don't know. Anyways, he's being canceled. There's an 81-page as I've been informed, in the VTuber community, is appropriate that when an expose document is dropped on somebody who has a VTuber avatar, it is no longer an expose document. It is now called a Google Docie. Okay, this is important terminology. This will be on the test. The VTuber term for expose document is Google Docie. So this is a expose Google Docie. Okay, 81 pages long. Lots of wasted white space in here though, because this guy doesn't know how to. Wait, is he like he's putting like title pages? This is like an artistic decision. This is not like a failure to use line breaks. Okay. The gist of this is that over his very long tenure in the YouTube horror sphere, he is a controlling and manipulative freak. The main thing that he gets pissed off about is that nobody is allowed to have night in his name. His name is like Nick Nocturne. if you have a YouTube horror channel and your name is anything close to the word dark or night, you are infringing upon his trademark name, and he will try to bully you out of it. Okay. The other thing that happened. Oh, so I've actually seen this show. There's a horror show called Channel Zero, and it is an anthology series where each season is a different creepypasta from the internet turned into like a 8-hour long season. And it's usually stretched very thin. In case you're wondering, yes, I've seen all of them, and my favorite is the one where it's an allegory for like toxic relationships. It's the one where it's like you're like stuck inside like a suburb or some shit. That's the best one. I didn't find the Candle Cove one that good. And the Candle Cove like if you actually read the copy pasta for the Candle Cove thing and then watch the season, it's actually ridiculous they even tried to make that into an 8-hour long thing. You might be able to get away with like an hour worth of shit off of that, but like it's 8 fucking hours long. Anyways, what is Zero Chan? I don't know what that means. There's no anime in it. But there was a controversy with the series because if anyone has watched Red Letter Media, you would know that they once tore into a really, really shitty movie that was made by the most obnoxious LA person to ever live, whose name, of course, I remember as being Max Landis. And then Max Landis was so epically fucking owned by Red Letter Media, making fun of his shit movie, that he actually came over to Milwaukee and groveled at their feet in person. And he, without exaggeration, is the most Riz person to ever appear on Red Letter Media ever. Like if you're one of those people who hates the bald guy, and I can't stand Josh, but Max Landis is like worse than both of them. Max Landis is like adding Josh and the bald guy to the same episode. It's just the worst fucking thing ever. And then he eventually got canceled. I think Red Letter Media even deleted or privated all the videos that Max Landis was in because he had been a guest a couple times, and then he got canceled for being a sex pest or something during Me Too, and he got kicked off of Channel Zero when it was being made. So I think he directed, produced, wrote the first season, and then not the subsequent ones because he got canceled at that time. And this leads back to the Google Docu, because when Nexpo was getting his shit really famous, he was friends with Max Landis after, kind of like how all those Epstein emails came out, and it was like after the revelations had come out, but before he was arrested. So it was like this weird twilight period that they're in. He was in that period where Max Landis had been accused, but his career hadn't been ruined yet, and he was still at the helm of Channel Zero. So, he knew about the accusations, but he wanted to have this industry contact with the with Hollywood. So he clung on to Max Landis, and when other creators like in his field started to criticize Channel Zero, because it's very mediocre. Like the Candle Cove, it's fine. I don't think at any point watching Candle Cove the first season, I was like super annoyed. I didn't hate it, but it just wasn't very good. And I feel like that's probably how most people react. I bet you if it's like a 6 or like between a 6 and a 7 on IMDb, probably like a 6.3. I'm gonna look it up. IMDb rating Channel Zero season 1. Let's see. It's actually a low 7. That's really fucking good for what it was. People liked it. Anyways, so there are issues with it. Most notably pacing, and there's a lot of issues with I don't feel like the rules are well established, and I don't feel like there's actually any kind of allegory going on. It gets kind of creepy if you really hate puppets and teeth, but if you don't hate puppets and teeth a ton, there's not much to it. It's kind of empty. So a lot of people took issue with it for being kind of shitty. And then this guy, according to the Google Docky, this guy right here, this big, tough, scary werewolf, would dress down lesser YouTubers that were in the horror scene, and told them in his DC Douglas voice, "Don't make fun of Candle Cove. It's a good show." And apparently he did this specifically because he was friends with Max Landis and was trying to do him a solid by like coercing public opinion about season 1 of the series in a positive direction so that he could then get more favors from Hollywood. So this dude, he thought he had it in. He thought he had it in. He thought he was going to be in Hollywood or some shit. And he wouldn't. Unfortunately, Max Landis was then canceled. All the that he was trying to curry with Max Landis went out the fucking window. And he had to settle for the next best thing, which was being DC Douglas Werewolf Man on Twitch. That is the Google Docky. There are some other spurious allegations in regards to like grooming, having inappropriate contact with fans, as is required of any Google Docky. But that was the thing that stuck out to me as the most interesting, was that he was trying to get some sort of industry contact with Max Landis because of his involvement in the horror anthology that I had watched. Something pop culture happened, and Joshua Moon actually knew what it was and had seen it and had developed opinions on it. Yes. And the only reason why is because Halloween was 2 months ago. And 1 month ago, October, November. Yeah, that's right. 2 months now, I guess. But the entirety of October ended last month. Okay. Wow. Awesome. Very cool. Ethan Ralph now. Ethan Ralph is being sued by Matthew Vickers. Should I ramble on? Should I presuppose that my audience knows who Matthew Vickers is? It's probably a bad assumption to make, right? Yes, again. So Matthew Vickers is suing Ethan Ralph. Brief trek back. Ethan Ralph is a porcine fellow, big time fan of the show, who lives in Mexico, and he has 2 baby mamas. Baby mama 1 is Faith Chol Vickers, who has his son Xander, who he loves ever so much, and then baby mama 2 is May Ralph, who has now changed her name and the name of her daughter that Ralph does not care nearly as much about. And she has disappeared because she realized that there's no coming back from being gunted after being digibroed. So she's trying to hide. Okay. Harry Morris actually sent me a message on Twitter recently. I don't even remember why. What is his name? Harry Morris, HMO, Twitter. What's his Twitter handle? Is it HMO116? Yes, it is. Okay. What did he send me? From HMO to XJuice. None. He did send me a message. Am I hallucinating? He definitely sent me something. Did he delete this in shame? I don't know. Maybe it was a fake Harry Morris. He did some. I saw a message. It was over Thanksgiving. I can't remember what it was about though. But baby mama dada 1 is a retard. It's actually remarkable, and I say this every time I have to talk about Matthew Vickers, but it's one of the most remarkable things ever, is how unique Ralph feels in terms of being like a pig monster. And then Harry Morris is just, or not Harry Morris, but Matthew Vickers is just that. It's like Faith Chol Vickers literally found somebody who is exactly like her dad and fucked him and went out of her way, like 3,000 miles out of her way, to get impregnated by a pig monster, precisely the same as her father. And now her father seethes and writhes in irrelevance, recently divorced. I think his house is in foreclosure. There's no way that his adult children like him because he appears to be an imbecile. And now he is spending his days filing pro se litigation against the man who gunted his daughter and has forced him into a sort of bloodline cuckoldry that hitherto the birth of the demon child had never been seen before in human history. So he's being sued, and he published the document, not to be confused with a Google docu. This one is a state of California docu. And the docu says that defendant Ethan Ralph and 10 John Does are being sued for damages of defamation of character. A defamation lawsuit in California. Not a good idea. I honestly think that Ethan Ralph, pro se, could probably get an anti-slap judgment against Matthew Vickers in California. It might be weird because you don't usually strongly associate California with like freedom of speech protections, but in that particular state, there's a really big thing we just talked about with famous people who don't like being sued by opportunistic, litigious fuckheads all the time. So they do actually have a really, really strong anti-slap statute. So let's see what the charges are here, or the allegations. It's a short docu. This one is brevity, okay? Defendant Ethan Oliver Ralph was, and at all times herein mentioned is, an individual conducting business online self-employed as a lowercase I internet talk show host with an audience included in the state of California. Except where otherwise alleged, all events, transactions, and occurrences alleged herein occurred in Nevada County, California. The true names and capacities, whether individual, corporate, or associate of otherwise defendant Does 1 through 10, inclusive, are unknown to plaintiff, who therefore sues defendants by such fictitious names. Plaintiff will amend this complaint to show their true names and capacities when the same have been ascertained. Plaintiff is informed and believes, and thereon alleges, that each of the defendant Does 1 through 10, inclusive, are negligently or otherwise legally responsible in some manner for the events referred to in this complaint and have caused financial injuries as alleged in this complaint. 4. Plaintiff is informed and believes, and thereon alleges, that at all times herein mentioned each defendant was an agent or employee of the remaining defendants, and in doing the things mentioned in the complaint was acting within the scope and course of his or her authority as such agent or employee without permission of consent of with the permission of and consent of each of the defendants. So this is a conspiracy. This is a wide-ranging, possibly corporate material conspiracy to defame the good character of the pig monster, Matthew Vickers, okay, who is suffering egregiously. And at the top of this conspiracy is none other than Ethan Ralph. 5. Since at least July 1st, 2020, defendant Ralph has earned his living hosting an online talk show called The Keel Stream Baby. On occasion, he has also hosted another online talk show called Tequila Sunrise. Defendant Ralph, during any of these shows, has between a few hundred to a few thousand live viewers and additional viewers, actually a few dozen to a few thousand, and additional viewers who watch the show after it has aired live. During this time, he has broadcasted the show from various platforms, including DLive, Odyssey, Rumble, Kick, and Cozy. Additionally, defendant Ralph has a public Twitter account, username The Ralph Retort, which had over 100,000 at the time of complaint. 100,000 what, sir? I thought this was written by AI at first, but I think he copied something for this and then started filling in his details, and it's just like missing words. He's had over 100,000 though. Paragraph 6. On August 18th, 2022, Plaintiff Vickers filed an OSC, you might want to explain what that is, against defendant Ralph as a result of repetitive, demeaning, slanderous, contemptuous, defamatory, and embarrassing comments over the lowercase I internet exposed to the world through the lowercase I internet, through media and written messages and podcasts between August 2022 and May 2023, following a held at Nevada County Supreme Court on May 26 and concluding on May 31. Defendant Ralph was found guilty of violating the stipulation in order 3 times. On June 22nd, 2023, Plaintiff Vickers filed an unlimited civil lawsuit against defendant Ralph for defamation per se, negligence, and intentional infliction of emotional distress, IIED, the most powerful tort of all time. The case was dismissed on May 28th at the request of Plaintiff Vickers due to hardships that at the time made the case difficult to continue, and after conversations with defendant Ralph, which seemed to indicate that defendant Ralph would not continue his habitual defamatory tendencies. But now that he's divorced, I guess the hardship has left the house, and he can do whatever he wants now. On November 19th, 2025, so recently, defendant Ralph published defamatory statements on Hex, formerly Twitter, account stating that plaintiff Victors was a rapist. On November 20th, 2025, defendant Ralph posted a video to his X account. The video was over 8 minutes long and included multiple defamatory statements, including calling plaintiff Vickers a rapist and suggesting that plaintiff Vickers was actively attempting to kill his ex-wife. Defendant Ralph knew that these statements were untrue, said these statements with negligence, malice, and the express purpose of harming plaintiff Vickers. This statement is very important because when they do the sniff test, this is the minimum bar required to have a defamatory statement. It has to be untrue, and it has to be unreasonable to assume that Ralph did not know that they were untrue. As a further approximate result to the acts of the defendant, plaintiff has lost and will continue to lose earnings in an unascertained amount. That's not good for your case. Plaintiff will seek to amend this complaint as such time as this amount is ascertained or according to proof at the time of trial. As a further, that's really fucking weak, bro. You need to find something somewhere where some guy refused to give you $20 to mow his lawn because he went online and saw that Ethan Ralph had called you a rapist and he doesn't want you to rape his thorn bush or something. Like you can't just say I was theoretically and some unquantifiable amount injured. Like that's not meeting the standard for this. Okay. As a further approximate result of the actions defendant, plaintiff's present and future earning capacity has been impaired. The exact amount of this loss is not known to plaintiff at this time, and plaintiff will move to amend this complaint when it becomes known to them according to proof at the time of trial. As a further approximate result of the acts of the defendant, plaintiff has incurred inconsequential expenses and has suffered consequential losses to his business, household, and other property to be shown according to proof at the time of trial. You need to put this in the complaint, I'm pretty sure, to show that you've incurred some fucking damage. Okay, first cause of action, defamation, same thing you said above. Publications on the Lower Eye Internet alleging acts of rape, abuse, planned murder were false and defamatory. As a result of the defendant's false and defamatory reports regarding plaintiff has been damaged specially and generally in amount to be shown later, because you can't quantify it because you don't have any fucking damages. Plaintiff is further entitled to recover punitive damages from defendant's claim defamation of character due to malice, fraud, or oppressive pursuant or oppression. And then negligence. Plaintiff re-alleges and incorporates everything above. Plaintiff alleges the defendant's conduct as a previously alleged resulted from defendant's negligence and failure to act reasonably and without consent or privilege. What? Where did that come from? As a result of the defendant's negligent conduct, plaintiff was injured physically and emotionally, entitling him to recover general and special damages in an amount to be shown at the time of trial. And is asking for this judgment, general damages, past and future income and business according to proof, consequential damages, damages for each publication, an injunction preventing future publications of false defamatory statements, for punitive damages pursuant to the statute for each intentional cause of action, for attorney's fees and costs according to statute. You don't have an attorney. And for such other future further relief as the court deems just and proper. Like, this has to be just for a way for him to try and waste Ralph's money. Because it's like, this is like if you went to Gemini and you said to Gemini, give me the most basic rudimentary complaint possible for defamation that alleges absolutely everything you need to allege and not a single fucking thing more in order to get past a slap in California. But like, to actually get through that, you have to show stuff. Usually you have to, like, it's nice to include like a receipt, like some kind of statement, like evidence. Like, okay, how about this one? This one's really important. He says at the very end, after re-alleging all this information I just read, at the very end, he says the statements through his negligence cause physical injury. So what you would have to show for physical injury is you would have to show the court that Ethan Ralph made you so butthurt that you are now physically disabled as a result of your butthurt. You have to go to a doctor and receive medical, like a doctor's note, a diagnosis that Ethan Ralph's defamatory statement hurt your ass so much that you're now required to sit for a certain number of hours in a day and you can't work as a result. So his lawn mowing business is completely destroyed. Not only is he losing customers because they can't trust him not to rape the thorn bush because of what Ralph said, but also his ass is now so mangled that Ethan Ralph, because of what Ethan Ralph has said, that he has a doctor's note proving that he can't stand or walk or push a lawnmower the way that he needs to conduct his business. And therefore, Ethan Ralph owes him money for the anal pain that he has caused. That is what he's actually trying to allege. And it helps a lot, even though technically you're not supposed to submit evidence, during the complaint, but it helps a lot to say, like, here's a receipt. Here's the doctor's note. Or to even mention that I have receipts. He says, I don't know how much it's cost me. He doesn't even know. He could say things like, I went to a doctor about my anal pain. It cost me $1,000 a week for X amount of weeks to get my anal pain diagnosed. I had to take time off work to go and see this doctor. Here's I have at least 4 different instances of being told directly by customers that they were very concerned about their thorn bushes as a result of what Ethan Ralph has said. That's the kind of stuff that is in a complaint that makes it past the very, very high bar for this. This is like bare minimum. This honestly, it feels like ChatGPT, plus he went back and made a couple typos throughout it. Because it doesn't contain specific allegations that are persuasive. What it does do is cause enough of a problem for Ralph, and I think that's what his intention is, to get Ralph to have to lawyer up and spend $5,000 on a retainer, and that's all he's trying to do. Like, he's just the most miserable sack of shit. He's such a fucking cunt. He's such a dumpy fucking cunt. It really pisses me off that there's people like him out there in the world that are allowed to just waste the resources of the court and of random people over like the most petty, vindictive, white trash shit ever fucking conceived. And there's no punishment. It's like if Ralph wins, the judge doesn't go over with a hammer and just smash Matthew Vickers' hands into a fine fucking paste, which is what it should do. I honestly believe that if you file shit like this, they should go over with a hammer and smash and smash and smash until your tendons are like ready to go into a foe or something, because you don't belong out in the civilized world causing issues like this with people. Even if it's Ethan Ralph. Just the worst fucking people. Harding is an attorney in California. I do know somebody, but if I call him a favor from them, it better be worth it. Next. Ralph had a hearing related to his child custody case. He says his child support payments have changed from $800 a month to $200 per week, equaling an extra $800 in payment every year. I don't know how that works out, but apparently it does. He's not allowed to dole it out piecemeal. He has to pay as a lump sum every time, along with a backlog of missed payments. The court has asked him to supply a valid mailing address. Visitations can resume, and Ralph claims they have a date penciled in, but he's no longer allowed to talk about his visits, including when and where they are. He is still not allowed to take pictures of Zonda, and it's unknown if he has to delete the existing pictures that he has of him. Ralph claimed that Sandra's PayPal was not addressed by the court, but Faith has moved. Faith is now living in San Diego and is no longer in Nevada County. So the child custody case no longer has jurisdiction in Nevada County. So future hearings regarding the child custody case will take place in San Diego's juvenile courts or whatever, family court. And apparently these other issues can be relitigated there, but not this time. And that's it. The stuff with Mersh didn't pan out. That might be revisited in San Diego. And then Ralph, despite the numerous A-logs attempting to destroy his Thanksgiving cheer, when confronted by the beautiful plate setting of his most sworn vile enemy, had only this to say: "Looks like a nice spread. Enjoy your Thanksgiving." Ralph put out a Thanksgiving message, which was rather nice for him. I don't remember anything in it being particularly weird or unwieldy or very Ralph Amel-esque. So I don't know. Maybe he really does just love living in Mexico so much that he's somehow able to keep his Thanksgiving Day spirit. I was thinking, what could Ralph possibly eat in Mexico that would be traditionally Thanksgiving related? And the closest thing I could come up with is Turkey Creek whiskey. I think it's a whiskey. And that's about it. So I guess he had some Turkey Creek and he was just vibing. It was just chilling out, okay? I did give it a like. I did like the Zeet. Oh, Caleb Hammer is getting canceled again, but that'll have to wait. That'll have to wait until later. All right, let's do this. I'm gonna go over this real quick, and then after that, I will watch a little bit of Cobra. Just a little teensy tiny bit until we get out to about 4 hours, and then that'll be it. So, an artist was banned from R Art. This was a popular user of one of the biggest subreddits, and after getting banned, the users of the sub started bullying the mod team. I'm just going to read what Drama Fan says. He apparently has the scoop. You ready? Twitter artist Hayden Clay has caused a meltdown of the R Art mod team because he showed Twitter screenshots of them being absolute power-tripping Jannies. Allegedly, this kicked off because Hayden posted a picture to the subreddit. When someone asked him about acquiring a copy for their office, he responded that he sells prints. Jannies did not like that one bit. After apologizing for breaking the sacred R Art rules, Janny continued his tantrum and deleted the rest of his post history on R Art before doing a Reddit report to get him site-wide banned for 3 days. KF post. So here's what happened, okay? No, artist, you're not allowed to make money from your prints if I'm not allowed to make money from Jannying. So Hayden says, fuck Reddit, permanently banned from posting art because I mentioned the word print. Strawberry says, are you seriously banning me for giving more information on my work? Art says, no, I banned you for breaking our rules, but I can remove all your old posts as well, if you'd like. Just delete the comment and move on. Sorry for mentioning the word print. Your history has been removed. You're welcome. The most embarrassing thing is you can be in this world as a Reddit moderator. So here's the full conversation. At this point, it isn't about breaking rules. It's you having some sort of vendetta against me. My comment broke rule 9. I get that and I apologize. This reaction is overstepping boundaries. I don't even know who the fuck you are. That is some serious main character energy there. Says the power-hungry mod who deleted all my posts because I asked a question. You've been reported for harassment. Have a wonderful day. Nice job making this sub the worst place for the artists and those who enjoy it. His Reddit account was then banned site-wide for 3 days for harassment, following a direct message with Strawbear. And then after reviewing, so a real Reddit Janny saw this and banned him. So what was this follow-up of this? Site-wide ban for reference. Reddit.com's report is a separate system that goes directly to site admins, not the subreddit moderators. Any action they take on the Reddit account itself, not just the account's ability to use a subreddit. It is widely believed to be AI and or outsourced to ESL people in some cheap country because of how trivial it is to abuse. Try it sometime if you're curious. So this story blew up on Twitter to the point that Moist Critical, oh boy, my favorite, and other big YouTubers were covering it, leading to the mod mail allegedly getting swamped with people calling out the mods for being shit Jannies In response, one mod voluntarily resigned from the mod team in a Janny tantrum. The subreddit also was locked and no new posts could be made. Truly, Reddit artists everywhere will be devastated and lost without the mod team of our art. So he says, we out, and then he resigned. All the comments were deleted. And then Modbot2 says, you win, we all resign. Okay. And then it was locked. Okay, I got you. This was quickly retracted because other Jannies didn't want to lose their brooms. Those were deleted but caught by Reddit archive sites. Other Jannies posted screenshots showing they were arbitrarily debroomed by a higher Janny, presumably the one who was upset. Okay. The drama went viral on YouTube apparently, and we were getting completely slammed with hate mail, maybe 10 or 20 each minute. It was obvious there was no other solution. Too late, dude. We all quit. Yep, we all quit. So P Horny K Tai has been removed as a mod. Quietus has been removed from a mod. This is the our drama thing. I think this is the guy. Okay, people have been following the R drama as well, independently there, and also on Twitter. The problem Janny is Melancholy Mallard, an alt of notorious power mod Awkward the Turtle, who had a long history of causing problems among both users and mods before retiring, and coming back as the Mallard. This is the man himself from a selfie years ago, as long as a leaked screenshot of his biggest meltdown. So here we have, wow. So it's a balding white guy with the actual, like, this is a trademark patented pedophile glasses that he's wearing. He has like the actual child molester glasses that you have to go. They don't even make these anymore. You have to go out of your way to find vintage child molester glasses, Jeffrey Dahmer glasses like this. Then he got the mask. It says get covered in English and Chinese because I guess chinks need to be told to wear fucking masks. And then he's in a bus. Now he's masked up with actual. You can actually see food in his fucking beard. That's what it looks like to me. Or lint from his mask in his beard. He's properly shaved this for no maxing. And he's in a bus with what appears to be absolutely nobody in it. But he is still wearing his mask like a good boy. Okay. This is his Janny chimp out. Now he's his avatar is actually erasing the Confederate flag with white crayon. So this is perfect. This is a perfect Janny image. The Redditor, the white crayon, and the Confederate flag being doodled over by a child. That is perfect. Awkward the Turtle says, I did literally nothing. Jagaz acted like a dumbass. He's still top mod. I get suspended for some fucking mystery reason. I don't even talk to him. At the 1R good, your system is bad. Chator, I did nothing and got suspended for nothing. Sody Pop, why did I get suspended for Jagaz making the sub not safe for work when I literally had nothing to do with it? I didn't even know he was doing it. He's above me on the list. Red Taboo, is there any rhyme or reason as to the recent moderator actions? Why was I suspended? I've been trying my best to keep the suds in line with the toss and cock and guidelines, and I get hit with this nonsense? What's up? I wasn't even awake when he decided to do this thing. You all made him top mod. Why am I being held responsible for this? At Spez, come on, bro. I was actually innocent on this. My account will be restored because whatever dumb fuck admin superseded me or suspended me will eventually be held accountable for doing so, just like all the other times some dickless admin decided to suspend me for no reason. History repeats itself. At Chator, why am I banned? I was provided no sensible reason. I have not interacted with the SLPT in 6 months. At the 1R good, why am I banned? I was provided no sensible reason. I haven't interacted with the SLPT in 6 months. At SodyPop, why am I banned? I was provided no sensible reason. I haven't interacted with the SLPT in 6 months. At Red Taboo, why was I banned? I was provided no sensible reason. I haven't interacted with the SLPT in 6 months. Can anyone actually provide me a reason for why I was permabanned and Jagaz was temp banned? He was the top mod. I was absent mod. How am I culpable for his erratic behavior? The Janny gets just one little drop, 1 little milliliter of his own medicine, and he completely breaks the fuck down. The fact that he can't handle this at all demonstrates why he enjoys being a power Janny so much, because he knows how much it chafes his own ass So he likes to pretend that everybody else gets fucking as angry as he does. And it just makes him so happy and so excited. For some reason, he's just really into hurting people. He just likes causing people pain. I wonder what other kinds of things happen behind these glasses and those dark, empty, soulless eyes. Interesting. Anyways, people have also been drawing a comparison to the previous art incident with the janitor banned AI art from being posted. You can tell just by looking at it, you know. When the artist offered to send a video of their process of making the art, the Janny doubled down and said they obviously weren't a serious artist because it looked too much like AI art. And this is the AI art in question. It does kind of look like AI art. I'm gonna be real with you. It's kind of fuzzy, and there's an Eye of Sauron, but there's like two of them, which is like a classic kind of AI mistake. This is bad. I'm gonna be real with you. The glances are way too big. I don't know what that means, but it's like it looked kind of fuzzy. Like my thing is when I detect AI artwork, it's like if you describe something like I want to see a woman wearing like a Greek style toga with red and like a gold waistband, add some ravens with like smoke and the Eye of Sauron. Like you're going to get exactly that. But the thing that AI does that makes it really obvious, as far as I'm concerned, is that let me show you this. AI always kind of looks like a Renaissance painting. Like this. Okay. You see how in the Renaissance painting, like there's equal detail given to everything. Jesus is in the front and center because he's what's depicted in the prompt. But everything else, every character is doing something. They're all equally detailed. And AI always does this where it's like every single thing is given equal attention, and there's not one thing that seems like it's overly more detailed than the rest because it's actually the subject of the painting or whatever. It always comes out looking like a Renaissance painting where everything else is equally important. Is what I'm saying. Okay, it's kind of hard to describe that. The AI does everything you say, and that kind of is a detriment sometimes because you really want the thing in the focus to be the actual subject. Okay. The mob has claimed to scalp the AI Janny has deleted his 15-year-old account. Get fucked, Janny. Mod sympathy had no sympathy. Or mod support had no sympathy for his plight. There is not a sub called mod sympathy, apparently. Great. Cool. All right, where are we at? We'll watch a couple minutes of King Cobra JFS make a turkey burger, okay? It seems fine, though. Let's just get over to the final product, I guess, because we don't have that much time. The assembly. Okay, that's fine. We'll go to the burger stage. So he's already cooked the burger. Yeah, this is good.
I'll show you what this looks like. And again, this is a great way to turn your Thanksgiving leftovers into something different, unique, tasty, whatever. I want to give it a flip. So basically we're going to let that cook up for a little bit longer just to get it reheated. Alright, so I'm going to move the burger over to here. Taking some of that leftover chicken. Oh, YouTube, if you could just see the banquet of meat that I have. Because, yeah, your boy King Cobra's got a dishwasher now, which is really, really freaking nice. So back at my old place, I didn't have that. Some of the seasoning kind of caked onto the pan a little bit, but at least it ain't greasy. There we go, got a little grease off of that. Okay, I'm not trying to lick my fingers while doing this, but...
Thank you.
It's gonna be a good burger. Alright. 2 slices to start off with. Is, you know what I'm saying? A nice little layer of cheese right there. Beautiful. Alright, so start off with the bacon. Put 2 pieces going this way, and then 2 pieces going that way. So there we go. We got our bacon and our cheese and our burger.
This almost looks edible, Tubes.
Some sauce.
What is that on top?
Now on top of the chicken.
Oh, is that turkey on top of the burger?
Maybe 2 more slices of that cheese. So on top of our chicken.
Chicken?
Cheese. Ooh,
where's the turkey at?
Now on top of that cheese, we're gonna put this big old slab of turkey.
Oh my god, bro.
Squish it down just a little bit.
Bro.
There
You can't eat that. This is now inedible.
Top with 2 more slices of cheese. Yep, another. Maybe throw like a little bit of barbecue sauce on there. Some Famous Dave's Devil's Spit. Alright. And the sauce will act like an adhesive, basically. And we're going to take this barbecue sauce and just kind of spread it. Okay. Now I want to take our stuffing.
Stuffing. As if this is.
We're going to stuff it on top.
I just want to see him try to eat this as like an actual burger, because there's no fucking way.
Take a look at that. We got the stuffing and the barbecue sauce on there. Maybe
if you had just put the stuffing, the turkey, preferably shredded, and then the cheese, you would have a decent sandwich, I guess. It would be pretty inventive. I would prefer just like, what is it, like turkey salad? You know, like chicken salad sandwich, but like turkey salad. Oh, that's my go-to for leftovers, but this is like a monstrosity.
Well, like, couple slices, 2 more slices on top of the stuffing. There we go. And a slice for the cook. Oh. I am a cracker, sir. The correct term is saltine American, and yes, we do like cheese.
It's true. I can verify this. We do like cheese.
Ridiculous, does it not? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. All right, so we're gonna sandwich this motherfucker, and then we're gonna try to nuke it in the microwave so that the cheese just melts everywhere all over the sandwich, you know, and yeah. If this is something we're trying to crown it because the stuffing's coming out. But we still got some stuffing in there.
Okay, skip ahead to eating. I want to see this now. I've been denied seeing this long enough. Okay, he's gonna smoke a bit before eating it.
And there you have it, YouTube.
Oh, wait, there we go.
Burger.
Oh, it was just covered by the plate. Like, this is smaller.
But look at it. This monstrosity of cheese and...
He's like... Yes. It's like he put this in a press or something, like a vice. Just squeeze it. Okay. I cannot fucking stand that noise. I'm gonna be real with you. We're muting this as he eats it. He's not even showing himself eat it. There we go. Okay. He did it. I'm surprised. I'm a little bit impressed. That he managed to do that. I want to be real with you. Because there's no way. Like, it was so tall. Like, why do people do this? It's not really a burger when it's like 80 feet tall, okay? Alright. That's it. Let's do the super chat, and then I guess I'll go spend all my super chat dollars on Chinese shit. Okay, and we'll call it a day, chat. Alright. As I said, I will be streaming the first 2 weeks of December, so this is not the last stream before I head off. I hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving. If you're taking out now, take it easy. Where is the super berries? Russ Cole 01 for 10 says, "Forgive me, Farmer Fry, I'm cringe. What is your cringe, my stalker child? I absolve you of all your cringe." Says, "Say 2 mobility Marys and 5 Erver fathers." Very clever. Thank you. Sino for once says, "You stole all the Jeets Azat Sar." I hope I did. I hope I've completely subjugated him to Dalit status for life. John Toss for 2 says, "Is your Azat Zeet your most viral Zeet ever?" No, I think I almost got 100,000. I can't remember why. It might have been the tweet where I posted a picture of that ugly ginger woman who hates women with a black guy. Pearl Davis. I think that might have been my most viral, if I remember correctly. Borello Furman for 1 says, "Nothing. Thank you very much. I appreciate it." Kurt Eichenwald, Anime Masturbator for 10 says, "Glorious Q Emperor, can you let Ashton and Andy out of your basement? I missed their show." There is something I want to do with PPP before I let them out of my basement. I've been trying to set this up for a very long time, but I keep getting distracted. But I would like to do it for December, I think. Throw Hassan Piker off of the 3-story building, Groiper. Subscribe for a month. Thank you. Breadwash for 20 says, "Black Friday deals are fucking awful this year, so I may as well give you the amount I saved from what I bought today." Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, I looked at the Amazon deals and they were all very unimpressive, so it is what it is. Humble Guardsman for 5 says, "Your Janny OO has neglected his duty for nearly 2 weeks. We must have our poll for selecting which poll options would make the best poll. The will of the people must be known." I am the Senate, okay? That's what your will is. Thank you. Logistical Nightmare for 10 says, "Happy late Thanksgiving, Josh." Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Josh for 2359 says, "Shout out to Amateur Radio Thread. Give us a listen from our friends on 77.200 megahertz, which is my favorite evening talk show to listen to." Okay. Very cool. Thank you. Ping Wienerstein for 1 says, "Even weed dispensaries have Black Friday deals. They last a month too. Shake my head. What happened to the holidays? Everything, it's shrinkflation, bro." Never Not Fishing for 1 says, "You were right. I'm starting to see Azat on 4chan posting it. Based." Melissa Brown 942 for 131 says, "TTD based." Thank you. John Toss for 2 says, "Speaking of Virginia, did you see it's been rat-ed?" I have not. I mean, I saw that, I know it's going to shit and it's full of Jeets. Red Eyes Black Dragon for 2 says, "Press N in the chat to nuke Israel and Palestine." That solves the issue, doesn't it? Ping Wienerstein for 1 says, "Enjoy your family and enjoy the holidays. You could be me right now and you could take troubleshooting software downloading problems. When I get my hands on the Jeet causing this, he'll wish he was in India." Actually, Sa, your manager is also Indian Sa, so he's not getting fired at all, Sa. Sino for 1 says, "You stole all the Jeets Azatsar, based, bankrupted forever." Simuligan 2 for 5 says, "Here's a funny video from 2021 to cheer you up, courtesy of BT from the Oddcast podcast." You know I don't do it for less than 10, because otherwise I'd never get through these. Stino for 1 says, "An Arab brought an illegal gun into DC, so you're saying assault weapons bans and 10 weapon round magazines didn't work." Wow. No, it did not, unfortunately. It would have saved the lives of 2 people if only the barrier and the force field were kept up. M.A. Mahalik for 5 says, "Western Texas would make a fantastic penal colony." I prefer they be in Mexico, actually, matter of fact, bish. John Dallas for 2 says, "I see a lot of Texas plates moving to Idaho." Well, you're fucked. Idaho's already fucked. Sorry to say. By the way, the Texas plates are moving because they don't have any auto insurance. They don't have an auto tag. So a lot of people just tag their vehicles in either Florida or Texas to avoid paying taxes. Remove Antler Menace for 2 says, "My impulse teacher has been a 10mm M&P pistol. It was unknowingly purchased a few hours after the NJ shooting when I was filling out my 4473. I saw some boomer next to me buying like 6 handguns." 10mm. It was an interesting choice. I mean, it'll kill. That's the point. Dark Western for 5 says, "Someone calls you the ghost of Pizza Day. Keep Someone called the ghost of Pizza Day and keeps deeming me to tell you to enjoy Pizza Day. So enjoy Pizza Day. Thank you. I will. Matter of fact, it's leftover day. Unkind naysayer for two says, work, go, take off your clothes, slay and pose. Sounds threatening. Dizzy until death for 5 says, what are your plans for Hanukkah? I don't know yet. I don't know what I'm going to do for Hanukkah this year. Should think about it. Indomitable for 1 says, Indian food is the worst slop. All Indian food was made by Portuguese or English and sent back to India. And yes, they are lactose intolerant, but they drink milk that gives them diarrhea because cow. If you drink milk, you'll get rid of lactose intolerance. You just have to train your bacteria. Remove Antler Menace for 1 says, Malicious Touts could be here, he thought. He'd never been to Kabuchiko before. It's true. Snito for 1 says, it's funny how he's complaining about America and guns being unsafe when it's the certain characters that are the cause of most gun crimes. Look, there are many more malicious touts in Japan than in Kabuchiko, to be fair. About Shreefitty01 for 25 says, you probably saw these Fatrick texts before, but the narration in this cracks me up. I tried to link this at the 1 minute mark. Enjoy your break. Okay, let's see.
You are very fat. You are being instructed not to respond to this message. Responding to this message now that I have instructed you not to constitutes felony responding. Even if I go to prison, you will go to prison too, and we will share a prison cell. Mutually assured prison. You're fat.
That's not how life works, Stalker. You are going to prison, Stalker. You are mentally ill, Stalker. You have been instructed many hundreds of times to cease contacting this phone number. Continuing to do so constitutes felony telephone harassment. Do not contact this number again.
You are very fat. You are being instructed not to respond to this message. Responding to this message now that I have instructed you not to constitutes felony responding. Even if I go to prison, you will go to prison too, and we will share a prison cell. Mutually assured prison. You're fat. You intend to use deadly force against anyone who calls you a fat with bitch tits. This is felony murder, which, like felony texting, is a felony. You are very fat. You are being instructed not to respond to this message. Responding to this message now that I have instructed you not to constitutes felony responding. Even if I go to prison, you will go to prison too, and we will share a prison cell. Mutually assured prison. You're fat.
No, Stalker. I intend to use proportional and appropriate force against people who have habitually threatened my physical safety and life. That's called self-defense. It's something you can't claim.
You will be sentenced to many years in prison for felony responding. If you end up neutralizing anyone, they might tack on a couple more years for felony murder.
Felony murder is such a funny word.
I don't face prison, Stalker. You do.
Yeah, the AI can't do it correctly. You gotta really emphasize because he's being so dramatic about it. Like, you know, you have to imagine like a sunbeam, like a god ray, breaking through the blinds of his room, landing perfectly on his keyboard, his fingers, and directly over his eyes, as he says, "I don't face prison, Stalker. You do." And then he can reply. You have to. Yeah, he's super dramatic. You got to give him credit.
It will be irrelevant, because you will be getting life for responding. Life in prison for responding.
No, Stalker, I really won't. Not how this works, Stalker.
You will never see the light of day for responding.
You.
That's really funny. Okay, that's pretty good. I like Patrick. I like Pat posting. Ping Wienerstein for one says our school system sucks precisely because people use it as free daycare. I'm willing to bet parents are more involved in the kids' education in the places where those studies were done. That's the difference. No, it actually they do it in the US in some places too, and even there it helps. But I don't know. Maybe they don't have many malicious touts in those areas as well. The uncredited for 5 says, would you rather be gay or retarded? I think those two things usually go hand in hand. Trick question. Crispy Legs Forever pretends says Happy Friday. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. The Uncredited for 5 says, in solidarity with our people of culture, I move or rename Cyber Monday to Melanated Monday. That's a good idea. They already have Black Friday. Maybe we need like Transgender Awareness Monday or something instead. Orion from the Grillcast for 2 says, I accidentally blacked out yesterday and apparently I aggressively hit on my baby mama's sister in front of her entire family. What should I do to make things right? Can I even come back from this? No, it is so fucking over. That's so embarrassing. Sorry. You're gonna be reminded of that for the rest of your life. You'll never escape being reminded of this story by your wife. I'm sorry to say. Tech Controller for 20 says the wonderfully talented Crack Amico made a song about being cucked in India. Okay. Let's see.
A lot of stuff you guys say in general, I think is stuff that's kind of childish. I'm turning from a simp to a pimp. All right, bro. Can we grow up?
I was popping my and living my best life in these white boy frat houses, and I had a roster of guys that I would rotate through.
You know it's hard out here for a sim when you're trying to give your honey every sin. With all the flavored podcasts, money spent. We let them bros talking shit on Fresh and Fit. You know it's hard out here for a G when you find out that you're woman for the streets. Is it really worth the bombs and for shame? You getting scum blooded, please do not redeem. In my eyes, I done seen some crazy things from these cheats. Guess the marriage did it.
They have to censor Jeets. Dude, okay, look, if you're one of those people that maintains a racism folder on your computer for all your racist memes, you gotta do something about this guy being like even if you're a rich and famous Pajit, okay? And even if you make it, you're a celebrity Jeet, your wife will reminisce about her days getting passed around in college by white fraternity boys. You gotta add that to your racial humiliation folder. TDD Real for $20 says, read the turkey beef files, make FF000 red again, and shout out to the Crab Shack friends. Woo, woo, woo. Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't want to read it. I'm not going to spend time reading that. It's fucking bullshit. They're retards. I got it. Sneed14421 for 2 says, you wanted suggestions for your local gumroads. You should watch some of Tamer's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Sonic Christmas special videos. Maybe that might be fun. I've never got into Tamers, so maybe it would be funny. Sneed and Feedin for 2 says shitlib Jew Kyle Kalinske posted the legendary chinless curry cell meme from a bygone era to taunt MAGA, giving Jeets a collective meltdown. Keep up the pressure. Funny. Gooey for 1 says, hey Josh, I'm considering becoming a lawyer or something lawyer adjacent, but everyone around me is saying by the time I finish law school, AI will have made the profession obsolete. Is this true? AI is actively being used in law school. However, in law, there is a concept that there has to be a chain of custody. Everybody, in order for somebody to be held responsible for something, there has to be a human behind it. So, actually, you know what? Fuck it. Here, I can demonstrate why we will still need lawyers. Because who's going to write all the laws and sue people for the horrific atrocities that AI is going to commit without any human oversight? You know how many fucking liability cases are going to be filed against companies that use AI and that did horrific things and killed people? We're going to need lawyers to sue the AI companies, bro. Come on now. There's always money in law, okay? MA... By the way, become an attorney in... Who don't we have an attorney? We know somebody in New York. We know somebody in California. Get licensed in some lib shit states. Actually, we don't know. Go into law in Texas. You'll have to represent Pajits, but that's where all the AI shit is that I just talked about. And I don't know anybody in Texas. So go become a Texas attorney and work for USIPs. M.A. Mehalik for 5 says, if you like Ong's work, check out Lisa Frank and her shit. It was all the rage when I was a kid. I've never heard of her. Lisa Frank reminds me of Anne Frank. That's it. So Mulligan 2 for 1 says, sorry for mentioning the tranny wrestler. I did it to get a rise at you. There weren't any news of him. There never is. Barolo Furman for two says, remember, King Solomon, a man given wisdom by God, was still led astray by a strange woman. That's God trying to tell us that no matter how smart we think we are, we can't fix her. Stay away from crazy. What wise lessons from the Bible today, chat. Spingle Cat for one says, hey Josh, did you see that somebody found lost media of you? Yes, I did. Haramburger for two says, JCPenney has the largest Black Friday discounts among 13 biggest U.S. retailers according to a 2025 Wallet Hubs study. Consume. JCPenney's doesn't have anything though. It's like cheap clothes. Pancake Luchador for 5 says, have a good one. No, nothing is set in stone yet, so hopefully only good things come through. Still many surprises to come. Well, good luck. He sent this twice, by the way. Very mysterious. Thank you. David S877 for 25 says, yet another travel day for me. Happy Friday. Well, happy traveling, bro. Stay safe. It's a busy, busy year to be traveling. Or day to be traveling. I want to say that after Thanksgiving is the busiest day of the year to travel. Because it's like people come up to their relative's house at any time before Thanksgiving, like in the 2 weeks before, maybe even a month before. But they all leave immediately after. So it's like the couple days, the first few days of December are like the most horrific travel times in the U.S. Remove Alan Menace for 5 says, Josh didn't do nothing. He isn't a feeder and he's not a gym knockoff. Base. Finally, some fucking respect. Thank you. Humble Guardsman for 1 says, sell your feet pics, Josh. Put them on Gumroad. I need $90,000 for that. Fox says for 10 says, Josh, your streams are pretty good. Also, you're too worried about the gym walker shit. You're still a feeder in chief of my heart. It's just frustrating because it's like, I know I do things differently. Because there are people, like, look, if you want to know people I take inspiration from, like I said, I watch Jim Sterling, I watch Your Movie Sucks, and I watch Relator Media. That's much more my type of humor. Not Jim Sterling's humor, but Jim Sterling, I have definitely watched, I'm going to say I've definitely watched more Jim Sterling than Jim Miniker in terms of like actual hours of like media absorbed. But yeah, the thing that Jim does is that that really annoys me, that I deliberately go out of my way not to do, is he'll pull up something and it will be like a woman or like when, for instance, when that guy did the guy that was he got caught posting pictures of himself in a Sailor Moon, like sailor suit. And I think he was accused of cheating and he was in like a weird open relationship. I can't remember his name. And Pro Jared, that's it. And it came out that he didn't actually do anything wrong or something. There was like some confusion about that months after the fact. But like he had like a normal sized penis. It was just like a normal penis. But Jim went on and on and on about how it was the smallest penis he's ever seen. It was such a small little itty bitty clitty that was leaking. And he does the thing where it's like, just look at that small penis. Ha! 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 And it's like, that's like the Cancer Man laugh. And I'm like, it's just like a normal penis. What the fuck is the point? But it's what he does to everything. He brings up a random picture of some fucking guy or some person that he's making fun of, and he has to hype it up. That's the ugliest thing. It's like the most superficial insult that you could possibly come up with. And I'm just like, that's not how I do things. That's why I find it very like frustrating. It's like, I'm not trying to do that. No, I find that frustrating because it's like, there's this weird like machismo thing that guys do where they have to pretend that any penis they see is the smallest penis in the fucking world. And it's like a porn sickness thing. And I'm fucking sick of it. It's like you've seen so many cocks from your Jew porn that every penis has to be the smallest penis ever. Because otherwise, if you're not saying that penis is the smallest penis you've ever seen, that kind of implies that your penis isn't larger. And that's really problematic and scary. To do that. And it's like, it's so fucking gay. It's so fucking porn sick. And it's damaging to little boys. When little boys see a normal average size penis and they're told that is the smallest penis they've ever fucking seen, then they're going to have serious body disorder issues coming from that. And I'm sick of this shit. So it's properly fucking Jew-coded, pornography-coded to look at every fucking cock that you see on the internet and compare it to your giant data bank of penises that you've seen throughout your entire fucking life because you got that 1,000 cock stare because you've been gooning for your entire adult life. And you say, that's a small because I got to be a big boy. It's super fucking gay. I don't like it. And that's why I take offense to the term. Okay. Next. The president of Nintendo for 5 says, from your knife and fork placement, you appear to be a continental style diner. Confirm or deny? I don't know what the fuck that means, bro. Sorry. The president of Nintendo for 1 says, actually, a race car driver known for crashing cars could be the next Dale Earnhardt. LOL. That's pretty good. Bot or not for 20 says, hey, happy Thanksgiving, Josh. Hopefully you had a good day yesterday. I did. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Haramburger for 2 says, prostitutes turn tricks they cannot be tricked. Sun Tzu, the art of the horror. I mean, look, it's just true, okay? You don't want to mess with the ladies of the night. They'll kill you. Doug S for 3 says, Deep Lore and Amos Yee, myself and Gabe Hoffman got Amos banned from literally everything inside a 30-minute window. Simultaneously, myself and Spicky found the exact house he was hiding in California. Total ownage, total chomo death. It's pretty intense. Congrats. A local logistical nightmare for 10 says, I want to say I'm surprised about Nocturne being a weird furry sex pest, but even having enjoyed his older horror explainers, I was pretty sure there was something off about him. Can't enjoy nothing. No, you really can't, especially not YouTubers. Thank you. Purple Grapus for 2 says, hearing you ramble like a boomer about the old days of the internet is my favorite part of your streams. Well, they're never going away. Turbo Neighbor for 3 says, Max Landis' mom made the costume for Indiana Jones. I did not know that. Thank you. Philip Rosenbergstein for 3 says, you can find Reddit Janny's pedo glasses in jail. They have such a massive stock of those glasses from the 1980s that they'll never deplete them. Also, Neighbor. Thank you. RCRA 69 for $100 says, good afternoon, Josh. I hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving. I think it would be a really good idea to unban Dojima's Dragon. But you have final say in that. Yeah, no shit. God bless. Have a kick-ass week. No. Dojima's Dragon was banned because he went on a insane fucking tirade threatening to rape people on the forum. And it's like, I don't want people like that on the forum. Sorry. And then what's funny is that this is how fun it is to be a moderator for a website, right? This guy got banned because he went on a tirade and just started threatening to rape people. And then after I banned him, a lot of his gay little faggot friends on the forum took offense to the fact I banned him. So they all started threatening to rape random users they didn't like. So to be consistent, I have to ban them too. So it's like, it's just how it's like in Dwarf Fortress. I was really big into Dwarf Fortress as a kid. There was the thing where if a dwarf died, it would cause another dwarf to get a negative moodlet that somebody they liked died. And then the negative moodlet could cause them to go insane and kill somebody or kill themselves, which could cause another negative moodlet. And those compound. So if 2 people die and somebody's in a bad mood and they have those negative moodlets, then they have twice the likelihood of being in a bad mood themselves. And this can cause an entire colony of dwarves from one stupid thing happening to the entire colony killing themselves. And it's called a tantrum spiral, because when they have a bad mood, then they go insane and start killing each other. It's called a tantrum. So it's called a tantrum spiral when the one thing results in mass chaos and death across the entire colony. This is what it's like to be an admin of a forum. You ban one guy because he's an insane fucking rapist who's threatening people. And then you have a bunch of other people pretending to be insane rapists to get banned because they're indignant. And it's a tantrum spiral. Exactly like dwarfs in Dwarf Fortress, basically. Deadbeat Husband for 5 says, would you let Cobes make you a sandwich? No. Seems like a bad idea. I don't think my insides can handle that. Sneedo for 10 says, I'm sorry, Gator. And then there's an MP4. Okay, let's take a look.
Flight!
Oh. I'll replay it.
Flight!
I like how happy he looks. There's another version of this where she pops off the poster and then they walk hand in hand like they're very happy with each other. It's very funny. Octavia sales rep for 20 says mac and cheese. Thank you. The Bugs for 1 says, chat, try to find Black Friday deals on ammo and stock up. Sorry, there are no such things as Black Friday deals on ammo. Hemorrhoids for 1 says, I just want to remind everyone that this year's Secret Santa sign up is life Come join this year's festivities. Noel's love. I also have to do the locale of the year thing. I promised a special site for that. Cole for 2 says, you know, Silly Poo released a new music video. I sure did. Have you fallen so easily out of love as to not show it as the outro? I already have the tab pulled up, bro. It's not love. It's wham and respect. Okay, it's wham and respect. Remove Antler Menace for 2 says, explode the bullet pile, please. No. Oh, you mean like click it? I thought you meant the bullet pile on my desk. I was like, I'm not gonna explode fucking bullets on my desk. Are you retarded? Why would I do that? I see. You want me to touch it? Okay, I'll touch it. Bam, 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 bam. Kind of collapses in on itself when you do that. Okay, there you go. I played with the bullets. Haramburger for 2 says, the Fatrick Super Chat video was great. I don't know what the meme of the week now, Azat or mutually assured prison. It's definitely Azat. Sorry. Not even numeral says, nice show. Thank you. I appreciate it. TB Deluxe for 5 says, getting this in last second. If you take December off, I'll personally import 100,000 Indians. See you next week. I am definitely taking off the last 2 weeks, no matter what. Ballistic Characteristic for 10 says, nothing. Thank you, Ballistic Characteristic. I appreciate it. And About Tree Fitty 01 for 2 says, life in prison for responding. Oh no! I have fallen into his trap. All right, great. You have a wonderful day. If you go out shopping, stay safe. Don't get trampled to death. Take it easy. And this video is called Mansfield, Ohio Super Bum, and it's animated by Silly Poo, but the artist that is singing is Hardman Working Hard, which is another group that I'm a big fan of, and they not only make like good meme music, they make really good music just in general. So this is a combination of 2 things I like quite a bit. On that note, again, take it easy. Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye. Subscribe to Gumroad.
Happy Wednesday, everyone! As you know, men use most of the toilets around here. So, to celebrate, we have a very special underground toilet. Everyone give a round of applause for our new toilet.
Take off your clothes, sing and pose, so you think that you're gay, then prove it, just prove it.
You ever get the feeling all eyes are on you? You ever wonder if they know? Don't ever tell me, baby, my feelings aren't true. Just hold me tight and don't let go. You're a Mansfield, Ohio super bum. You like to meet men in the bathroom, but you're waiting for the one. And when